Okay, greetings, brothers and sisters. So I got a couple of videos I want to share from my other channel. I got to look at those and remember which ones those are. I got a bunch of whispers to read. Now we're getting into the time where there's a lot of these professorial whispers and talking about the future and current state of affairs. I want to get into that first, and then a couple of other things. I have a voiceover I just did that's going to be its own standalone video about the Journey series, but just I guess there wasn't clear what I had said before about it. I don't know. So my son and I were going somewhere. We were driving in the car, and he said that he had said to my wife that he had learned the person that was the best example of being a good social person was from me, from the family, which I found kind of odd. I guess at first my ex was more outgoing than I was, more social. Just like my wife now is. I mean, pretty much everyone's more social than me. I'm inherently kind of antisocial and loner. And as I get older, I have less and less need to be around people. I used to like going to places when I was younger. Like even though I was introverted, there are times I like going to parties or going to social events or going someplace like the mall or whatever it is, going someplace where there's lots of people. Although after a short period of time, I wanted to get out of there, like going to a crowded bar or something, or where it was loud, or it was like even a sporting event or something like that. I was like, I'd prefer to watch it on TV. But initially, I liked it, like for some period of time, and then it would sort of drain me. Introverts are drained by social contacts and things like this. But anyways, so then he explained that of all the people in the family, I did the best job of, being aware of other people, being aware of them, like seeing them, right? Where most people are just, when he's socializing with people on the internet and, they're oblivious to other people. They're like completely unaware of other people, are not able to connect and things like this. And I guess from that standpoint, I was the best in terms of, his definition of what he's learned socially. That I am more aware. That's what I do well here. I can look at people and see them and see beyond the facade and all these things. I mean, ultimately, it would be used for something positive like spirituality. Babaji saw the soul and the potential saint in each person. And I certainly don't do that, but I can do that. There are times I see, things, positive things in people that they don't see themselves. But for the most part, it's the dark side that I end up focusing on in my videos and things like that. Unfortunately, that includes dodgy and heartfulness now. But I guess what my son was talking about is the quality of interactions, because people have superficial interactions, which I just don't have. I don't do small talk and any of these types of things. I mean, I when I have to do it, I do it for as short a period of time as I can until I can get out of the situation. But there are a lot of people who are, can fake smile and they have good, outgoing personalities and they seem personable, right? And they can carry social interactions, which, none of those things I can do. So that's where I would say, I don't know how anybody would learn anything socially. And my son is much more social than me. I mean, even years ago, when we first went to the ashram in India, like first gathering in 2012, he was like the star of the ashram. Like I was everywhere. Like I see him, he'd be riding back on the back of a cart with being pulled by these big cows. I mean, like just, it's like, and I was talking to him, it's like, yeah, my Chinese friends were like, he was interacting with all these people from different parts of the world, right? I mean, some of these people were adults and some of them are, I mean, just all kinds of different people were at the ashram all the time from different cultures and things like this. And he was everywhere. Like he really, was very social. And then, he was the most social, except for Anna of my kids. Anna was very social, not so great at it, but she, was outgoing and she made friends and, whatever. The other two kids are more introverted. And I thought about my ex, of course, she's such a nightmare. But she's certainly more social and better, social skills, like just better. She's polished. She went to Ivy League school. She was, educated and, someone who's, I mean, definitely more polished than I am. But, crazy is crazy. Like it's just, all of that. But I guess in terms of being real and seeing people as, more than just the presentation that people have, I'm the best one, and that's what he was referencing, which I thought was interesting because I never thought about it that way. When I meet people, there's just like it's information is just there. Like you bring dogs out and they're smelling and they're hearing and they're interacting with the. There was this thing we used to watch. This guy was talking about doing fox walking, which is a certain way of walking, but he used to be one of those people that went out in the wilderness with like a knife and like minimal supplies, and would just go and live off the land for like 3-4 days. He said the first thing he would do is he would go barefoot and do this kind of thing called fox walking and connect with the earth. There's information there, and on a natural level, through your various senses and your intuition, you're picking up information all the time. But we have these big, boots we trance through the woods with, and we're not aware of all the things. And you walk differently when you have like bare feet and all these things, right? But there's a way to connect with, on a deeper level than the things we see on this superficial facade that we all create in these personas and whatever it is. But anyways, let me just look at these whispers message here. Okay, there are 3 that I saved. Hopefully I can get through them. My voice isn't doing so well today. But this is Monday, December 27th, 1999, 8 a.m. Your senses are continually deceiving you all. You are the playthings of your illusions. Do not be shocked by these remarks. It is a reality. No, the sun is not what you imagine, nor is the earth, which has never been flat. There's 2 flat earth references where he says the earth is round in another one. I think one she was being asked. It's like in 2011 or 12 when the flat earth thing was more prevalent. She was in France. Anyways, the earth has never been flat. The truth is veiled, hidden from the beings living on this planet. In the future, as wisdom comes to human beings, they will advance towards knowledge. Let none of this prevent you all from living this current life as it is. Your views are erroneous on many issues, but you live in this context, and that should not prevent you from forging ahead and fulfilling yourselves spiritually. In all eras, there were sages who cared little about the great mysteries of the universe. Some took refuge on high mountains or devote themselves to the divine creator. Another lived in a barrel. Others locked themselves up in a monastery. Never heard about the barrel thing. They did not care about knowing the why and how of things. The earth is following the course of its evolution, and at all times humans have adapted. So it will be to the end of the world. Pursue your goal in peace and in surrender. There lies the salvation. Babaji. Interesting about the adaptation. There's a lot here, but these messages, I think they're all kind of focused on things are about to get rough. So you gotta basically keep on going with your spirituality no matter what. Tuesday, December 28th, 1999, 10 a.m. Times will come when life will be difficult for all, particularly in certain countries of the world. Faith will be your only recourse. The human being is helpless in the face of raging elements. Look at what happened in the world, and you will see signs that herald great upheavals. Look at what is happening in the world, and you will see the signs that herald great upheavals. They will not occur tomorrow. Nature has plenty of time, but one must prepare for them, even if it's only about undergoing the repercussions of an economic situation made difficult because of countries more particularly affected. Don't be afraid. A new era is beginning, and it must go through a stage where the world has to transform itself through an in-depth cleaning. True values must be rediscovered, and human beings need to examine themselves so that future times are livable for all. Now, we're getting into the prophecies. There's the prophecies I've read, and I'm going to reread all those. There's 10 of those in a section called Prophecies in the first book. And those are from the year 2000, right? So this is 1999. And 2000 through 2001, 2 is the majority of them. And there's things that are talked about in all the messages, but there's going to be a lot of them that we haven't read that didn't make it into that section. And I think they're releasing every Whispers, whether it's been in a book or not. Before it was just the ones that were published. So if that's the case, there's going to be new ones coming up, which will be interesting. And so then this one final one here, and it says, oh, this is the Thursday, December 30th, 1999, 8 a.m. We would like for an appeal to be launched on this earth to people of goodwill, and for consciousness to awaken at the end of this century. So I guess it's 1999 or whatever. How can one talk of progress under current conditions where man is wolf to man? The wolf being wise animal compared with the evil that humans can do and the destructive means that they use to shamelessly destroy anything that resists them. This situation affects us deeply, and we cannot stem from this devastating tide. We suffer from the suffering so many men, women, and children who are subjected to atrocities. How could human beings have come to this point? How could human beings have come to this point? That should be a question mark there. They will have to see this escalation to the end of the destiny of the earth will have to be and the destiny of the earth will have to be fulfilled. The future is not rosy. That was as we have already said, if you all one day must go through the difficult times far away from one another, separated by life, try to remember that a unity of the heart must remain in this spiritual path which is yours and which nothing, not even time, will be able to jeopardize. You must all hold on to this vision of things. Babaji. So this is a Pockets of the Future. This is about being Pockets of the Future, right? Of course, I hadn't read this message when I came up with the idea, came to me of Pockets of the Future, but this is what is there. So he's saying that here, if you all one day must go through these difficult times far away from each other, separated by life, try to remember a unity of the heart must remain in the spiritual path, which is yours, and which nothing, not even time, will be able to jeopardize. You must all hold on to this vision of things. And so what he's saying there is, when the upheavals kick in, which I've known for quite some time, there won't be a mission. The heartfulness thing, that'll bring an end to the heartfulness debacle. And so people are going to have to connect through, doing what we're doing with the gratefulness meditation and connect collectively, even if we don't have the internet anymore or whatever it is, just have the idea that we're all connected to the source and connected to each other in this process and have faith in the system and realize the system will still be there. Even more so, I think the meditations will get better and easier as these things go down. Not just because the Wi-Fi and things interfere with the meditations, but also because, we're going to enter an era where it'll just be easier to connect to God. When the material world goes down, it'll be easier for people to find God. Of course, there'll be motivation too. People will be, out of their comfort zone. They'll be out of the fake facade. And there are moments people have when someone dies close to them, they get bad news, like they get diagnosed with cancer or something, or there's a wedding or a baby born. There's moments where people, all of a sudden come to life, right? They get out of their, their fog and their funk. And collectively, that's going to happen for people to survive. What's going to happen when things get rough, and there'll be a wake-up call. And also there'll be an opportunity to move spiritually. So all those things are, in the making. There's probably some more whispers. I'm not going to get to those now. I don't want to tax my voice. I've already made a couple of videos today. But anyways, here's a voiceover that I made earlier today about the Journey series, and then I'll add some of these other videos that I've already made. And whatever picture is here, when this picture comes back, that's when that's when the new content or the stuff I'm making specifically for this video will be there. If you've already seen the other stuff, the same old thing. Okay, greetings, brothers and sisters. So I got a couple comments that, one particular comment that bummed me out yesterday about the Journey series, so I thought I would talk about this because there seems to be some confusion, at least for some people. I don't know how many people are confused with what's going on, in terms of me having to delete the whole series. And so first of all, I just want to talk about what's going on with me and the channel in general. And so I had a horrible month, probably the worst money month, financial month in years in February. Like I made less than $2,000 for the whole month. my minimum amount is $100 a day, or $3,000 a month, because that's me working every day, and the minimum cutoff of what I consider this being a financially viable job is that amount of money, and that's with donations and all the membership. I mean, so without the membership, I don't know what I would have made. Well under $2,000. So that's a real bummer. Now, part of that is I made a lot of free content, like the content I put on the Gratefulness Meditation channel about heartfulness and Daji. The Gratefulness Meditation channel, I think there was one day I made over $20 on that day. The rest was like under 10. And so, even though that channel was monetized, it didn't make very much money. I think for the whole month it made like $105. So it really wasn't in any way, I mean, it's good that I got monetized so that I can demonetize the meditation videos, and as far as the backup channel, the new channel, the channel that I have on a different, email that's now about, the Heartfulness Daji cult channel is not monetized, and I have to go through that whole process, and it's 500 subscribers short and about 3,000 views short of being monetized. So even if after it is monetized, it's only getting 200 or so views. So it's, basically under $100 a month. So, anything that I post there is basically me doing pro bono work, like making content for free. I felt like I had to do that. And it wasn't going to be a great month anyway, because the first couple of months of the year are, after the Christmas budget, now it'll pick up a little bit because they're going into a national campaign. This is usually a big year financially, but I'm not sure how YouTube's doing it seems like they're cutting the rate. A lot of people, not just truthers, are being starved by the monetization process, and YouTube isn't paying them for the ads. I don't know. They're running cheaper ads. I'm not sure how they're doing it now, but we're all making less money. And so, in terms of this moving forward, I'm not making enough from the membership program to continue, and I'm not making very much from the monetization program. And again, it was already kind of a bad month, and I accepted that there was going to be a decline because of the making the videos about Daji and the heartfulness cult, which had to be made. Like, I just felt like, all right, this is the time to do it. Of course, there was a lot of hassle and having to start a new channel and delete all the videos on the Gratefulness meditation, all the things that I had to do, right? At the same time, I'm having spotty internet for the past 6 weeks. Not great internet. The internet, like, sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's slow, but it's getting a lot of, where it shuts off for a little bit, right? Where it's like a dropped call, it's not, the reception isn't good. And so, like, there's that, slow ping numbers and things. And my computer is wearing out. It's 4 years old, and it's having glitches. The other day, I couldn't open Premiere Pro. I guess it was Thursday or Friday. And I thought the computer was done. And I couldn't use Premiere Pro as what I used to make videos. And I couldn't open it. It wouldn't stay open. It wouldn't work. When it did open up, I've had some issues with it before, but it's just, there's been lots of glitchy things with the computer. And so to get a new computer, the computer, you can sort of connect it through a Thunderbolt. You have Apple. I have MacBook Pros. And you can migrate the stuff that way, or you can use the internet. Now, the internet's going to be slow for me, but in some ways it's better because everything's stored on the iCloud. And, I need to get data off this computer and erase various folders. I've already kind of kept up with that, but I have all the way back to July of 2023. I have terabytes of data on old computers and flash drives, external hard drives. I have, I think, 4 5-terabyte external hard drives, and they're full of my videos. Videos take up a lot of data and room. And so I started to migrate things over yesterday, and it was very frustrating. I actually started Friday night trying to get things moved over, and I have a folder for each month of the year, and it's going to have, 30 or so videos on it. And the problem is that the computer will, download the folder, or, the video. But later on, if I don't access that video, it's not being used, it'll delete it and it'll just be up on the iCloud. So I have to download it again, and it takes, for like a Journey series video, it might take 2-3 hours, right? Just like it takes for me to upload a video. It takes, these 3-4 hour videos can take like half a day, depending on how slow the internet is and all these things, right? And so even my hour-long videos will take a couple hours to upload. I have minimal upload speed. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, like I said. So it took me a while to understand how Apple worked with their memory, and I, would save these things to flash, to hard drives, and I've lost some folders, some documents, some of my books and things. I have them on other older computers and older flash drives, but it's a pain in the ass. So finding all these things, and I mean, I just am moving forward with it. And, it's expensive for me to get a computer because on top of it being a expensive Apple, MacBook Pro, there's the issue that I get extra terabytes of data. So I have 4 terabytes of data on my computers, and then, I can do about 6 months of videos or so before I have to start deleting things. Like, it saves all these files and things, and the rendering of videos, and the screen flow. When I do a screen flow, there's all these, small video files from that build up and add up to, various levels of taking up terabytes of data. So I probably produce around 2 terabytes of content every year. So I probably have 30 or more, maybe even 40 terabytes of data at various places, right? In all these various, flash drives, hard drives, and, old computers and things. And so, I want to preserve all my work, but, it's a pain in the ass. And I don't have access to it. If I wanted to bring something back, I have to, all the stuff that goes with it. And so I was, trying to download these folders so I could move them and delete them off of the old computer. And I was having extraordinary trouble because of the internet, and the computer just doesn't work very well. And finally, Premiere Pro opened back up, and it's working, but it's shut down at any time. It's very glitchy. I'm having other issues, glitchy out issues and things. So I have to migrate all these things to a new computer, and buying a new computer, like a $4,000 computer when I only made $2,000 last month is not, great. Obviously there's some financial issues going on with my channel I have to address and things like this. So yesterday I was on the phone with Verizon for 40 minutes trying to figure out the internet issues and get the internet up to speed, and finding out that my options are limited, and maybe we go back to our old internet that we had. Like, we've migrated over to Verizon because it was cheaper and it seemed like it was faster, but it isn't. It's spotty. So there's just all that stuff. And I don't like dealing with these kind of things, right? Luckily, for most of these types of things, my wife deals with, and I don't do well. I don't do well when I'm on the phone. Like, they cut us a deal. Verizon did. I got called back from the supervisor, and the woman I was talking to was very apologetic. I think they were, they seem to have a Hispanic accent or something. And I'm like, no, this is just who I am. I'm not mad at you. She's like, don't hold it against me because you're, she said it in a nice way. I'm like, well, it's just that I'm frustrated, right? And we watched that stupid documentary yesterday that left me, really kind of bummed out about the way Netflix manipulated and, was trying to, take a shot at people who are, looking for the truth, right? So it was like a weird day yesterday. It was cold out, and I was kind of low energy. My wife and I started watching TV earlier than we usually do. It was Saturday, just to take a break from, we were both tired. And so, I dealt with the Verizon thing after we watched the documentary around 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock. I had to make, a salad for, to go with we ordered pizza or whatever. And while I was doing that, I called Apple. Right after I was done with that, I called Apple, and I was trying to get them to tell me a way that I could make it so it would stop forgetting files, that my computer would just keep them on there because, it'd just be a lot better for me. And, they have these people they call geniuses, right? You go to the store and they have these tech people they call geniuses. They got a whole store full of geniuses. And there was no way I talked to this tech person that I could, stop my computer from forgetting folders, even though I have a terabyte left of available space. I used to think it was just because, when I got kind of close to being maxed out, my computer would forget files to keep, to keep it under the 4 terabytes. But I'm getting messages that way I don't have enough space to save longer video files, which I do. So it's just the computer's run out. I have to get a new one, and I was going through all those things. It really frustrated, irritated. I was talking to Apple, and they called me back from Verizon, and they wanted to take money off the monthly bill or whatever because we've had bad internet for the last couple months, and I just finally got around to calling them. So it's all these things, right? Stuff I don't like to deal with. And so that was going on, and I wanted to, cover. We ended up watching Oppenheimer, which sucked too. It's like worse than Barbie. I've already putting up a video, which you'll probably see before this one, unless there's some kind of issue with that, right? Like like demonetization or something, which I can't imagine it will be. But anyways, I was kind of in a mood, which you kind of hear in that video. I was just more frustrated than I normally am, and I've been leaving my computer on trying to deal with all these things. Migrating these folders over so it can make a speedy transition, because the new computer, it takes a while for it to integrate all these things, and it's just all of it. And again, not feeling great about all that because of I'm just not making the kind of money that I need to call this a job, right? It's not, I need to make more money here. And of course, this is supposed to be a great year. The 2020 was my best year ever because of the ads, the political ads that are being run on YouTube, and then they charge more for their rates, and then everyone makes more money. So, but already it's not off to a good start. So I got this comment, and it was a second comment that one of my longtime viewers wrote. So my long-term viewer, the first comment was, I don't know, some time ago. Well, I guess this is let me read the first comment. So this is from like 5 days ago. And so it's great to see this up here. I put the journey, a new beginning. I think maybe for 4 Journey series videos, the only channel members I've seen are 136, 130, that only the channel members have seen. 136, 137, 138, 139. Non-members would probably want to see those especially. And, I blew off the comment. I didn't say anything. But the person was obvious. It's somebody that's been here for a long time, and I've met. So this is like somebody who's more of a known entity. And then there was this comment here yesterday, and it happened when I was in the frustrating time trying to deal with all my computer issues. Thanks for keeping this going, Paul. Still love to finish watching 136, 137, 138, and 139. I only had time to watch 30 minutes or so at a time, but then they were gone. These are also the ones missed by non-members. And I was like, do you not understand what I said about the issue? Because this is a channel surviving move. Like, I had to delete these things because I got a copyright strike, and a couple of copyright strikes, 3 strikes, and the channel gets taken down. And that's all of it, right? And so, all the content that I have there, and then having to start over, which I just don't think I would, it would be a really deflating type of situation. That's why I had to take such a drastic move, because they copyrighted one of my Journey series. So there's not an option of me uploading them. Rumble has its own copyright policies, as does all these other platforms. And, every time I had to upload one of these videos, it takes me hours upon hours. And that's me making content. It's just adding extra work that I'm not ready to do. But what irritated me about this is it's just asking more of me. Like, that's, always the wrong approach. Asking me to do more. Like, it's never, I don't know how many times I have to say it. Like, you're asking me to do whatever, add links when people do that. I mean, it's an auto ban. Like, that's not my problem. I make my videos, and I spend a lot of time doing this, and it's, a job, but it's also a service, and, whatever energy and time I put into this. But asking me to do more for you all, and like I'm not giving you guys enough, is always an issue, especially when I'm frustrated and going through, the things that I do every day that just to keep this thing going, right? The things that are nuts and bolts, dealing with technological issues, dealing with internet problems, dealing with the ever-changing, policies of YouTube, and then, the hostile, kind of aggressive heartfulness going after, didn't have to go after the Journey series. And I don't care because I'm not, they're low lifes. Like, I'm not saying that, I don't expect anything good from them because they're low life people. They're stupid people that make stupid decisions, and they're, criminal in their aspect, and they're bad people. So, I don't expect that they'll do the right thing, right? They're also very fear-based hand-wringers and worriers, so that's why they didn't do it earlier. Like, they could have done this years ago. They could have copyrighted some of the earlier videos. But I've been using content from Heartfulness, their clips from their channel, and so, and I could fight the copyright strikes too, because there's things that they're doing that are, it's editorial, and there's, whatever that is. But I mean, just in terms of the overall time-related issues, I couldn't let it risk losing the channel. Like, I know, it's very arbitrary how they do with the copyright, fights and things. Like, I could have got the strike repealed, but, again, I have limited time and resources, and if it didn't go my way, then the channel goes down, right? Which would be, all the content, and that's, everything. It's me having to start over. So uploading the videos, because you didn't see them, the videos were up. Some of them were up for like 2 months or longer. They were up in January. Like, these early ones, the ones that this person listed, have been up for over a month, right? So, and some of them for like 2 months. So, like, they're obviously not a priority for you to watch, right? So, like, why do you want extra from me? Like, I got to figure out some issue, some workaround, because I can't upload these on YouTube. They'll be copyrighted wherever I upload them. So, what should I do? Go to some third-party platform? Like I said, they all have their own, I have to relearn those things for something that, I'm doing for free, right? Like, it's not compensating me for my time and effort. And I'm, dealing with this new channel, which is a hard thing. Now I have 4 channels I have to kind of, keep apprised at while I'm going through a transitionary period with all these other things. So I'm just saying, this is the kind of thing where I've made it kind of clear, asking me for more things or complaining or, whatever it is never a good thing, because you don't know what's going on my end, especially yesterday. If I made this audio yesterday, it would have been a lot more brutal. I did Sats on this morning, and, I'm kind of, I'm not feeling the frustration I was feeling yesterday. It doesn't matter whether a video is private or not. Like, if it's on a members only or whatever it is, it doesn't matter. That's why I deleted. I could have moved everything over to just the members, but there's a tool out there that I have access to. I can look up all the people who are using my videos, and I've done this in the past. I don't have much time to do it, but YouTube's developed a tool for you to find out who's using your copyrighted material, and even if it's on a private video or a, any kind of a video, they can find it. And so, that's what's up. So the same things for community guideline strikes and the rest of it. Their bots find things that are privatized, and so all of those things. And, it prevents somebody from seeing something and whatever and then reporting it, but in terms of you can still be penalized for a video that's private or members only. So there's no options for me. Like, and I don't have the time and desire to figure that out right now. I just have other things to deal with. Like I said, preserving the channel and keeping it going is a whole thing, right? It takes a lot of effort given the way YouTube has changed its policies towards, not just only truthers, but creators in general. And it's not, it's getting worse, and it's harder to make money, and it's harder to navigate the ever-changing community guidelines. And it's almost like they want to get rid of as many channels as possible. It's almost like the opposite of growing. They're just trying to, whatever, just to get the kind of channels that they want, right? They're being more prejudicial and the rest of those things. And then dealing with the heartfulness stuff or whatever. Like, I just have to stop making content on those other channels and focus on my 2 main channels, those channels that make money, and get back to, making this, a financially viable job. Right now it isn't. I'm making, less money than I need to make. Like, I'm making less than the bare minimum. I've gone below the bare minimum, like I said, of $100 a day. So again, I don't have to go through that again. So just so everybody knows, I made a decision that was the only decision I had, which is to delete all the Journey series. And what I do with those in the future, like, I have them, and I think they're, worth preserving and putting out there in some way. But I have to figure out a way to do that, and, it's not going to be anytime soon, right? Like, it's just going to have to be that if you miss the videos, you miss the videos. That's just the way it is. Like, it's, I can't risk the whole channel because people didn't get to watch the videos. Like, you guys could be members. If you're not members, then, you're not supporting the channel, and that's whatever that is, right? I mean, it's just a couple dollars a month is the cheapest form of membership. And you can, would have access to the videos that got deleted. And those members who didn't choose to watch them for months, like, that's, how you budget your time. That's, it's on you. I don't get into that. I don't, I mean, if you don't get, I put out a lot of content. I know it's hard for people to watch all the content. Your time is your time, but the videos were up there for months, right? The opportunity to watch them were there, and you chose not to. So that's, you missed them, right? Like I don't, feel bad about you not watching them, but I can't, I can't change what I'm doing because you didn't prioritize. I mean, it wasn't that important for you to watch them, right? But in terms of this relationship, I'm doing whatever I can to keep the channel going. And, I'm producing quality content and doing what I'm, I can't do anything more. And it's a downtime. I've connecting with the Heartfulness meditation, the Daji and his cronies. And, just every time I go to a deeper level of how bad they suck, because it's always worse than you think with them. And that's just a bummer. And then people in general. Like, I don't have a lot of faith in humanity right now. Like, it's a downtime. It's a time where people are angry and things are coming up, and we're reaching the end of the, the whole thing, right? We've reached the, a new stage of, I think, everybody realizing it's kind of over with the, things aren't going to change drastically for the worse, at least on a material level. And everyone's kind of dealing with that. And I just, I'm not, I mean, I'll do my duty and whatever, I think that I'm obliged to do, and pay it forward all the great things I got from Saj Marg and things, but on a limited basis based on, people have to step up. People have to help out, right? Whatever it is. They have to, spiritually, certainly, and then like something with my channel or whatever, like I'm not, don't ask me for more. Like that should be the, if you're in a situation where something's going to come off as critical, or you're asking me for more, you want me to do more, and you didn't spend the time to, I made it perfectly clear what was at stake here. The reason why I had to delete the Journey series. I said it over and over again. If you didn't understand it, then go watch the videos. I put it in about 3 or 4 different videos and explained it. And so, I wouldn't have just deleted the series because I felt like on a whim, and because it was, it was the only thing I could do. Because, the channel was at risk, right? I can't use any Heartfulness material. Regardless of, it needing to be used, that's their copyrighted material, and, whatever. Like, I just can't use it because of the issues, and don't really want to, because they just suck so bad. I'm tired of, and the Abhyasi's, like, I'm not getting any sort of material reward for doing the videos that I did. Like, it's a thankless job. 2 people came forward who were kind of on the fence. Few other people have left comments. One person is an Abhyasi, or his father is. He showed the videos to his father. But there's a handful of people that have come forward and said that those videos were helpful. For everyone else, we know Heartfulness sucks already. We know Daji sucks. We don't need more information about it. It was something that I did because I felt like I had to do. But, I want to move on from it because it's not just the organization sucks. It's the people who are in it who have failed, right? They've failed to do anything and fight back against what is the destruction of the Saj Marg system that they claim to love, and the disparaging of the former Master Chargy, who they claim to love. And the fact that they've just sat on their hands and allowed that to happen, they're disgusting people to me, right? I don't have any, and some of them are saintly and great people, but I have no respect for them, right? That they would just, sit there and go along with something and actually contribute to something that's destroying the legacy of somebody who done so much for them, and the work that had helped so many of us that's disappeared, his talks and videos and things. I mean, it's just like an atrocity, and they're just sitting on their hands or even cooperating and helping Daji do that, right? And they all know Daji sucks. We all do. Like, there's no, he sucks, right? He's a dope, and he makes bad decisions, and he's just hard to listen to. He's arrogant. He's just obviously not a spiritual person anymore. He's a fallen, he was a fallen master, which is, a demon, right? Like somebody who falls that way. When an ordinary person falls, they don't have that far to fall, and they don't have that much power or whatever. But a person who's spiritually elevated, when they turn and they fall, like they become a demon, right? They become a devil. Like the devil is an angel, right? It's a fallen angel. And so, it's worse for somebody who's spiritual and had all these, has every reason to be grateful to God, and turns on God and turns on their teachers or gurus or masters or whatever. And that's what Daji's done. And so the whole thing is just, I want no part of it, or the people who do it, right? To me, these are the worst people in the world, because they know how great Sajmarg is, and they've allowed it to be ruined. And so, and I'm not saying they could have done anything to stop it, but don't go along with it, right? Don't sit there passively. At least express something about it. And, lurkers or people who are lurking and watching it, and, they agree with me. They don't want to say anything publicly, even in an anonymous form. I mean, it's just weak, pathetic people. And so that's where I'm kind of at right now. It's not a good time, so just so everybody knows. Only spirituality will save this world. Is Paul Romano, definitely pointing for the apocalypse and the ascension. Everyone have a blessed day and be grateful. Okay, so there are 3 videos from my new channel. If you haven't subscribed to that yet, that would be helpful, because I want to get monetized. It's called Exposing the Heartfulness Cult Dodgy Scam. Scam is spelled with a $. And it's in the description box to any videos on any of my channels, except for that one. But the rest of them. And so I have 3 videos I'm going to put up here. One of them is kind of short. So if you've seen those videos already, you can just fast forward to this image. There'll be different images for each video. But I want to include these here because they're all part of the Journey series. And there's not as many people watching those videos, so because, it's the same thing. But anyways, if you want to skip past that, just return to this image here, and you'll get to the content that I've created just for this video. Okay, greetings, brothers and sisters. I just want to show you a few things on video here and then move over to the easier part. One of the things about the copyright thing is it takes me a long time to edit the videos when I do a screen flow part of that video. I either do an audio where I'm just doing a voiceover, which, occasionally I feel like I have to listen to it again, but usually I don't. I used to listen to them and it just took up too much time. But even then I can do that and do other things. But when I have to edit one of these clips, the screen flow, it takes longer. So that's an advantage. But first, this is the lesser of the 2 important things. The other one is some big seminar that's coming up. And this is, I have I don't go on Facebook very much anymore. And I have unfriended all the pro-dodgy people. Like I just, if I do go on it, I don't need to see all the dodgy stuff that's there. I mean, it's not that many people anyway. People don't post. The majority of Abhyasis don't post things that are pro-dodgy. But this was a woman from Denmark. I met her. I think we talked a couple times. She had a couple kids. Seemed like a nice person. And she must have gone to Kana. And this is Kana Wellness. And again, these things in themselves aren't bad. Ayurveda, naturopathy, all these things, acupuncture, homeopathy, all these type of things, right? But this is the whole wellness, and that's not what Sajmarg was supposed to be. It wasn't supposed to be about your physical health. And then, this is perfect wellness home for your family, and they have this, they're selling these apartment blocks here. So they're pushing out that kind of stuff. It's got facilities and amenities. Book now. So I'm not sure if this is time-sharing apartments. And so wellness, yoga academy, and then colon therapy. So they have some kind of way of whatever they call that, hydrotherapy, where they do colon cleanses, right? Some sort of enema type services. Quantum therapy, heal yourself from inside out. And so they're just pushing all this stuff. Ozone therapy. What is ozone therapy? I don't know. You can find out here at Heartfulness Wellness. This is the Homeopathic Center. This is, some of the other images there. We'll get back to this. I'll come back to this in the audio, hopefully. Okay, the second thing here is, let's see, Ministry of Culture. So this is a governmental. This is doing something with the joint, with the government. Heartfulness, Global Spiritual Mahotsav, Inner Peace to World Peace. Kani Shantivanam, Hyderabad, India, world's largest meditation center. March 14th to 17th, 2024. Register now They're going to have 100 countries, 300 spiritual organizations, and 1 million plus participants. It's going to be less than 1 million. They're being conservative here with 1 million plus. Spiritual discovery at the heart of the spiritual haven. Swami Vivekananda's historic 1893 address at the World's Parliament of Religions advocated for religious tolerance and the end to fanaticism. This is his talk here. Swami Vivekananda in his speech was on, here's the dates here. The conference was held from the 11th of September to the 27th of September. So the problem with that, we'll get back into that. It's not a true anniversary because he's celebrating this in March. They're celebrating this in March when it happened in September. And I'll get into that in a moment. And remember, it's 1893. And so they were going to celebrate the 130th anniversary. And that was supposed to be celebrated last year. We'll come back to that. But it says, Swami Vivekananda's historic 1893 address at the World's Parliament of Religions advocated for religious tolerance and the end of fanaticism. The conference held at Kanishantavaram. With India's emergence as a global leader or Vishwa Guru in spirituality and holistic wellness, this gathering brings together diverse faith, yoga, all this stuff here. The Ministry of Culture making this a governmental participation here. The Honorable President of India, Draupadi Murmu is going to be there. Valedictorian, this guy, important person here. And then all these people, right? I guess Sadhguru's going to be there. They want that guy. Let's start at the beginning. So here we go. These are the guys here. Baba Ramdev, that guy. I guess there's no order in which they're putting here. But Baba Ramdev's going to be there. Some of these guys. Some of the guys look pretty shaky. Sadhguru. And there's this woman, Mataji or whatever. There is Duji. Duji's going to be there. He's going to show up. And of course, Diaper Baba. A glimpse of the Mahotsav experience. I guess my internet's not working great. Okay, before we get into the next part of this, I'm in the editing portion. I just got a message from the Dodgy Truther who wrote to me at the forthcoming March 2024 event happening in a few days, for which very heavy-duty public relations and funded promotion is being done. Ramdev is going to start the day every morning at 5:30 with Hatha Yoga at Kana Ashram and not Sajmarg meditation of the Sri Ramchandra mission. This is a big thing for the guy called Dodgy Truther. He's always talking about how Hatha Yoga was not recommended by Babaji. And, I agree with him. But it's one of his kind of pet peeves. And I went to look it up to see what what they say about it on the official site. The program will begin early morning yoga and meditation sessions along with nature walks. An early morning spiritual walk with participants is also planned during the day. Multiple plenaries as well as wisdom sessions will focus on a variety of aspects of spirituality. There'll be something for everyone during the Mahotsav. So it seems like the first thing every morning is going to be Diaper Baba prancing around in his diaper and doing yoga with everybody at the ashram. I don't know how many people are going to attend. And then, maybe there'll be some heartfulness stuff in there. But of course, it's, the energy's just not going to be there, and it's, all of it. There's going to be a couple of musicians there that are going to play, there's going to be concerts like there always is, and then there's going to be singing, and, so I'm looking through this one site here, and they have all these people who are going to there's going to be Indian dance as well. So it's going to be, everything but focused on the meditation and all the things like this. Oh, I got the schedule right here. And so, the schedule is the page I'm looking at. So they don't have the schedule They kind of say it's kind of loosely defined. They're just telling you what the activities that are going to be available. But again, they've made this into some kind of wellness. Like, I'm going to cover this. I already talked about this. I already made a voiceover. It was interesting. I was sent this. It happens like this a lot, where the dodgy truther guy sent me the things to do with the video I'm making now. I mean, it's everything that dodgy fails at, right? Like, he just it's one fail after another. Let's get into the original voiceover here. Okay, so last year, the guy I call the dodgy truther, this preceptor who's pretty open about criticizing and talking truth about Dodgy's failure. And he sends me stuff from time to time. And he sent me this last year, and it was a small picture that didn't really translate, and I really didn't look into it. And then it came up again. I asked him about it. And what it was is they were going to celebrate this in August last year. And it was going to be at a time where, this is when he's trying to get rid of Chargie's birthday, right? In 2023. And he announced it early, this time last year. And I said, whatever happened with that? And the guy said, well, he was trying to get Modi, the president of India, to come there. And Modi was non-committal. And maybe, he's known about the Brighter Mind scam. I mean, there's no reason for Modi not to go to Khan. He eventually went because he's a politician and they work the system, right? They all go on a circuit. We saw this with the badminton, the woman who won the badminton thing, bronze medal or whatever. And she went to a bunch of different ashrams and proclaimed her allegiance to each place, each guru and place, right? Because they're trying to build their popularity. And, this is just basic networking now, especially with, they go to these events to boost your social media profile and your customer base, right? This is what all these things are about. But the reason Dodgy was doing it then and not on his birthday, because his birthday is the 28th of September. And so if he did it on the actual day that Swami Vivekananda gave the speech, was on September 19th. Now, Swami Vivekananda has a relationship with the Sajmarg system. He's given a lot of messages in Whispers of the Brighter World. And he was a part of the Ramakrishna organization that overlapped with Lalaji's life. I think Lalaji and Swami Vivekananda were alive at the same time. He was also friends with Tesla. Well, he definitely was alive at the same time. So, Lalaji and maybe even to some extent Babaji and Swami Vivekananda's lives overlapped. And so that institution, the Ramakrishna organization, has some connection to Sajmarg in a, sort of etheric way. And Ramakrishna was wanting a disciple, someone that he could pass on and carry on his tradition. And he prayed for a disciple, and he had this vision that there's these 7 rishis that, divine beings that rule the material world. And one of them was, they saw 7 stars, and one of the stars fell to earth. And that was Swami Vivekananda. And Swami Vivekananda met him, and Ramakrishna starts hugging him and kissing him on the cheeks, and Swami Vivekananda gets freaked out and doesn't come back for a long time because Ramakrishna was so happy that his disciple came to be his successor. But, they did something kind of similar to transmission a little, I'm not sure about it. But Swami Vivekananda was kind of a brilliant guy. He went to America in this 1893, this speech that he gave, and he didn't have any money. And he was just laying on the steps of some building in Chicago waiting for, it was the World's Fair, some kind of Chicago thing was happening, to give this, kind of epic speech for the time. I've listened to the speech and, I couldn't get through all of it. It was okay. I'm not, insulting it, but it's, compared to some of the things that have, some of the Chargy talks and, again, it's not comparison, but it's I wasn't this was the greatest speech ever. But anyways, this American woman she took him in. He was homeless, and she cleaned him up and got him to this speech, and then she became his disciple. Went to India, Sister Nadevita or something like that. Can't pronounce the name. And her future life, she became the medium who does the Whispers of the Brighter World. And there's many messages from Swami Vivekananda, and Babaji intercommuned with Swami Vivekananda many times and received orders from him, like he was like part of the hierarchy. So Swami Vivekananda is definitely part of the hierarchy. And Kamlesh has a thing about him. He read the complete works of Swami Vivekananda at some point in his life, and it impressed him so much he was a big fan of Swami Vivekananda. There's a road in Kana that says Swami Vivekananda Road. But who he isn't a big fan of Charji. Like Charji has epic works of his own, and I prefer those works. What I know of Swami Vivekananda, but he's not a big fan of Charji's works. Like he didn't read his books. He doesn't like have any of these books he's republishing. Like so many of us have these talks that we've heard or things that we've read from Charji that have been transformative, but Daji doesn't have that. So Swami Vivekananda is a part of the Sajmarg system, but he wasn't one of the masters. And Charji's birthday is much more important, and Babaji has said, in whispers and other places, and as Charji did, that these birthday celebrations were, as many of us experienced, out of this world in a sense of bringing you to another level in your spiritual evolution. These gatherings were, so important. And so there's two things here. First of all, I don't know of any other person that's a real big fan of Swami Vivekananda. I know there are Abhyasis who read Swami Vivekananda, and Charji and Babaji talked about him, and he's certainly a part of the system. But it isn't like people in India and certainly America and Europe and China and Africa and all these other countries barely know who this is. Only real spiritual seekers come across Swami Vivekananda. He's not somebody that is that well known, right? He isn't some kind of a huge saint. And it isn't much of a draw. Like it isn't something where people are looking to celebrate Swami Vivekananda's speech or any of these other things. So Daji had this idea, and instead of celebrating on September 19th, the day that he actually gave the speech, and this was last year in 2023, on the day itself, he scheduled the event for August, right near Charji's birthday. Charji's birthday is July 24th, and he scheduled it like August 8th or something, making it impossible for them to have Charji's birthday if they're going to have this other gathering, instead of taking his own birthday out of the equation, because he'd have to cancel his birthday if he celebrated on the actual day, which meant he's just full of crap, right? Which we all know, but it's just another example because, this is him just failing on every possible way because he's not celebrating this event on the birthday or the day of its anniversary because he can't, because the whole goal was to lure Modi and get rid of Charji's birthday. But it failed. Like, it didn't come together. And so he replanned it for this coming, whatever it is, this time that's coming up. And I don't see Tony Nader. Like, he talked about this where he did a Brighter Minds, the Brighter Minds teenagers or the 20-year-old kids came out, former Brighter Minds students. And he brought this woman, Patricia Scotland, who is, she's from one of the British Isles, and she's head of the British Commonwealth. And then Tony Nader from Transcendental Meditation. I covered this. And they talked about this event, but I don't see either one of them coming to this now. Maybe they got cold feet after their experience with Daji, like they know it's kind of a scam. But again, he's celebrating it in the wrong year. Now it's the 131st anniversary, and it's 6 months after the actual day, and it's in a different season, because it's in the spring season instead of the fall season. I mean, it's just messed up on every level because there's no sincerity. And he's bringing in wellness and all these other things, going back to the original post. Sajmarg is supposed to be strictly about spirituality and connecting you to the source. But there's no money in that. You understand this? It was a free service. And so to make money, and a lot of these people go to wellness things anyway, and so why not have them in the ashram? And if he was taking care of the spiritual business and he was still loyal to Charji, I would say that's okay, right? Make a little money for the mission. People are going to get these things done elsewhere. You could have more reputable people. People come to these gatherings and then go out. Colonics is what it's called. Like, there are people going out and getting colonics and going to all these wellness people. Like a lot of these European and American people go to India and they do some of these, they go to Ayurvedic people or they go to pranic healers, or they go to any of these number of things. And so I don't mind the mission making some money, and also, it's they can hire more reputable people, so it's safer. You're not going out to India and getting scammed, which is always a possibility. But now it's just a for profit, and they've the transmission and cleaning aren't there, and Dodgy sucks, and it's just he's disrespected Chargy, and some of the things he's done is scamming with the brighter minds and other things. So how would you trust him to bring in quality Ayurvedic people or anybody else when there's a level of just scumbaggery, right? And you can see it from the fact that he planned this gathering before and he couldn't pull it together because he fails at everything, and now they're claiming a million people are going to be a part of it. But all these people are, they're going to it, or they're going to be there via, Sadhguru and those people. They're not bringing their audience with them, right? They're not telling their audience about this. They're wanting to get in on Dodgy's audience. Like, this is how it always goes. They don't bring in a lot of other people, the people who are guests at this thing. They want access to, more people in a different audience, right? People are always trying to poach other people's audience and other people's followers. That's how it's gone every single time. They've done this now since, I think, 2017, 16, 17. And every time these people come in and try to poach Abhyasis from Dodgy. And they don't bring their own audience because they don't want to lose their audience to Heartfulness. So the whole thing is just an absolute joke. It shows you how stupid, and they repeat the same mistakes over and over again, and they're getting away from, they're downplaying. It's supposed to be Babaji's 125th anniversary celebration all year, according to Dodgy, and also Chargy's birthday. They're trying to minimize Babaji's and Chargy's birthday, and yet they're celebrating these other people that are, are loosely connected. And at the end of the day, this isn't about Swami Vivekananda at all. It's about Dodgy promoting the Heartfulness campus and all this wellness stuff. And they want to make this into a destination for people to go. And the meditation is going to be secondary, or, not even, maybe it's fifth or sixth. And everything else will come first, the money-making stuff. And the meditation will just diminish. And then you have this cult of, this New Age cult, and he's, brought these, whatever it is. And it might be profitable, but it isn't spiritual, and its essence has been failed, right? And if you're going to do that, give the other ashrams back to us sincere people. Break the mission into Saj Marg and Heartfulness. Give the Saj Marg stuff back to all of us, the books, the copyright, so we can reprint the books from Chargy, and we can conduct our own gatherings, somewhere else in India or other places. I mean, that's the honorable thing to do, but this guy isn't honorable, right? Because he's taken this thing in his own personal direction, and it's the opposite of what Saj Marg was supposed to be. And the failure is just always there, because it's not sincere, right? It's just going to be another one of these goofy things. I looked at one of these on Facebook, and now I get all these different meditation conferences, and it's the same old people that Dodgy gets, that Sharon Salzberg and Tony Nader and a bunch of other people, and they just make the rounds, right? They go from one place to another trying to, get exposure, and it's just all networking, and, it's not real spirituality. Like, none of it is, right? Like, they're all just, it's an absolute joke, because they're all trying to market themselves, and the Saj Marg was never about that. That's why you didn't hear about it till, very recently when Dodgy took over. In fact, we were advised, or we were requested not to even talk about it on social media, because they didn't want people misrepresenting things on social media, and they wanted the message to be, centralized from the website and Chargy's own, personal whatever he had on the the web, and that they weren't going to want people just posting random things and saying things that were wrong, because we already seen that happening, the undisciplined aspect of it, where Saj Marg has been completely misrepresented by people. And they're just running, amok with the brighter mind scam, and then all these holistic practices. And it's, again, Dodgy and these people aren't trustworthy, and they're con men, and, whatever, they're flim-flam men. And so there's all that. All right, I just want to keep this short, but, this is what's going on. I mean, it's just another, it's another failure. Like, just the failures are just, the list of failures is just growing for this guy. Only spirituality will save this world. It's Paramount, definitely reporting from the Apocalypse and the Ascension. Everyone have a blessed day and be grateful. Okay, I almost forgot an important point. I want to talk about the idea of a masterless system. What we're doing in gratefulness meditation, and there's been comments about it, and I wanted to talk about what I know. But the first thing I want to say is, when I make videos like this, there's going to be a varying audience, right? And so some of it is there's people like me, like I don't need any more proof about Daji and Kamlish and Heartfulness Organization, right? But there was a time when I did back in 2000, 20 through 22 or 23 or whatever it was, when I realized that, Daji was a complete fraud and that the organization was toxic to me. But at this point, I don't need convincing, but I'm still interested in the outcome because I'm involved with it. Like what's going to happen? Like what's going to happen next? What's going to happen? The inevitable collapse of the organization that's called Heartfulness, Daji's demise, what is he going to do about a successor? I mean, all these things. They're interesting things, but they're the same way I just watch the show, politics, and I watch sports, or I watch, whenever I cover celebrity culture or whatever it is. Like there's a sense of detachment because it really doesn't have much to do with me. It's a little bit more personal because I know some of these people personally. And it's a bummer because, it's always going to be a little bit of a bummer no matter what happens. But what I'm saying here is that, there are things that I've already made my decision on. And maybe the decision would change if something drastic changed. But in terms of the other things I cover on my normal YouTube channels, my original YouTube channels, politics, celebrity culture, all these things, what to do with medicine, the kind of healthcare that works best for me, all these things. I pretty much know what I'm going to do in most of these circumstances. When COVID hit, I knew what I was going to do already, like years before COVID even hit, because I've already, made those decisions, right? And some of these things to do with Saj Marg, and, you make your choices. I mean, one of the great things that Charji talked about, one of his epic talks, was he talked about how people in America are perpetually choosing, and that in life you make a choice and you live with the choice. But because of our economic system, he didn't go into so much detail, but, this is what he was basically saying, because of the way that our culture is, we're choosers, we're customers, we're asked to make choices all the time. And we're being presented choices all the time. And we've learned to, we've brought that into our marriages, say, right? Like I remember working at a restaurant when I waited tables years ago. And there was a woman who was about to get married. And I was like in my, mid-20s, whatever it was, right? Early 20s. And she was probably in her 30s. So she was kind of older. And there was another woman who had a horrible divorce. Like she had a bad divorce with an abusive husband. She was kind of bitter about it. She was kind of tough, right? This was a tough kind of Italian restaurant in downtown Hartford, Connecticut. And she said to the woman who was about to be married, you can say I do and you can always say I don't, right? I remember my nephew, when he got married, he went around, he was joking about taking the ring off his finger, like on his wedding day, on his wedding day. But to his credit, he's still married today, right? I believe happily so. So, that was years and years ago, 20 years ago. So he's probably been married like 20 years. He's had kids. But, this idea that you can always get out of it if you don't like it. You can always get divorced. And so it's a bad situation. Like, not divorce itself is bad, because I was lucky enough to get one in a difficult, impossible situation. But, this idea that everything is, you're always choosing. And then people go through life never really committed to their marriage, never really committed to their job, never committed to the institutions around them. They're always looking for a better deal. And Charji made reference to that. Make a choice and live with it, right? And you have enough information to make choices, but people are so, did I make the right choice, and all these types of things, right? But for the most part, like, my decisions and what I'm going to do and the plan for the rest of my life is already kind of mapped out in terms of farming and homesteading and, doing the gratefulness meditation. I mean, I'll be doing Saj Marg and all these things, the marriage to my wife. These are all, permanent things. There's just, everything's just going to go whatever way it goes. And, if things change and, I mean, there's some sort of changes in the world, sure, I'll have to move if I have to move, whatever it is, right? If I'm forced to do certain things based on climactic changes or whatever changes to the environment, whatever it might be. But in terms of everything else is kind of mapped out. The same thing with Daji and Heartfulness. Like I'm not looking for new information to make my decision. I've already made my decision. But there are people who aren't fully convinced, but they get the sense that Daji sucks. And a few of them have made it to my channel. At least a few of them have commented that this has helped them, make their decision, right? I talked to this guy who, I talked to a couple of years ago, and he's been struggling. And so, these videos are in some ways for them, but they're for other people who already, know Daji sucks and know that Heartfulness sucks, but they're interested in the story, right? They want to see the resolution of whatever happens here. People who listen to my Journey series and these things, which I'm restarting, and I'm going to go from the kind of the beginning and, map out some of the events that happen and just revisit some of the things. And eventually I'll find a way to republish the whole thing, but that'll be, a good way for people who never got to go back to the beginning. And we're talking about hundreds of hours of content to get sort of the understanding about what it's about. But anyways, going back to the guru system, a few people commented about that having a master is a bad thing and you should have masterless systems. I think one of the persons wrote an interesting comment about how in Sufism, the Sufi saints were always, the masters were always making their kids their successors, and so eventually banished all masters, which is one way to go about it. But, the best system in spirituality is a singular master system, because that person if that person's a true master. Other than that, like Daji isn't a true master. So that's why it's failed. It's not the master system that's failed, and it isn't the master system that failed the Sufis. It's the fact that they picked their own kids, therefore they weren't a master, right? I mean, it's been an issue in Saj Marg. Like, I don't know about Lalaji's kids and family, but they didn't really embrace Babaji, and they didn't turn over to him all the papers, like all of Lalaji's writings. And Babaji had to kind of cover for them and basically tell everyone that a maid threw out all of Lalaji's paperwork. But in truth, the family didn't want to give it to him, and he didn't want to embarrass Lalaji's family. But there was just all these works, essays, and things that Lalaji wrote, and eventually they were turned over to the mission under Charji. But they didn't, totally embrace Babaji, but they didn't oppose him. Babaji's kids, on the other hand, were nightmares. Like, they were just horrible people. I mean, that's as far as I, know what I've been told. And they were like, one guy was like beating his wife and beating his kids. And there'd be like there'd be Europeans staying at Babaji's house, and there'd be these blowout fights, and the son was, just horrible person. And Babaji was, he was so soft and disconnected, like he didn't like even know. But there was no thought of Babaji turning the mission over to his kids, and there was an expectation from his kids, and that caused problems. There was lawsuits with Charji, and things. I mean, a divided mission, and so there was that, right? And, with Charji, his son, he had one son, Krishna, who at least to his credit was cool about the whole thing. And he was pretty clear he wasn't going to be the master. I don't think he wanted to be. And so, there wasn't much in terms of him. And now with Kamlesh, it looks like he might go and turn this business over to his kids because it's now a business. But that's because he's failed, right? The problem is, like with anything, whether it be capitalism or communism or fascism or a monarchy, it's only as good as the people that are there. Like, you can have a good monarchy if you have a good king. And the chances of getting a good king are very, very slim. But getting a second good king, like a prince that's a good person, is almost impossible. And so that's why the royal line of lineage sucks, because, there's no way that it's going to be, you're going to have good leaders born in consecutive generations, right? So based in genetics, based in, a family line, that doesn't work. And democracy doesn't work because people are degraded. And it's, people were great, then democracy would be great. I mean, any of these systems, if the people were great, the system itself would, adhere to people had good character qualities and were selfless and were service oriented. The system would hold up. Like you see for years in tribes and in rural villages, there's just good people after good people, but then a few bad apples slip in and the whole thing gets wrecked. It's not the system, it's the quality of the people. The system is a reflection of the people, and the people are also a reflection of the system. But now the system is, creating bad people, and the bad people are creating a bad system, whether it be governments or anything else, right? But in terms of spirituality, it's very hard to do things on your own. And I know that, my preceptor Fred said that he had been a preceptor. He was the only preceptor in an area. And then he had been a preceptor with other preceptors. And being a preceptor and the only preceptor worked a lot better. And that's not always the case. Fred he was a little bit weird, whatever. But it's difficult to work with other people. And when I saw this in the mission over and over again, people having fundamental disagreements about interpretation of teachings and the way to do things. And it was just always drama and always, we knew, like most of us knew, if Chargy didn't produce a quality successor or none at all, the mission would collapse because people were already at each other's throats. And that's with Chargy being a wonderful master and strong leader. And so the way that it should work is that the Sajmark system was that the master finds the best possible person and creates another person like himself with the same spiritual powers, same spiritual, essence, and that the essence is passed on in the transmission where the spiritual master merges in that person and guides them. And so, if Chargy did merge in Daji refuses to embrace that. And so that's where the fall off is, right? But that isn't Chargy's fault or the system's fault. It's Daji just being a punk, and maybe there wasn't anybody better, at least somebody who's it's just not that hard. Like the one thing that I could do, I've talked about not being a master and not being service oriented, but the one thing I could do is make good decisions. Like I've been able to do that in my own life since being very clear about what needs to be done and being decisive, but following the Sajmark system and using my heart as an instrument to decide things. Like that part I could do. Like that part I could do certainly better than Daji. And there's a lot of things that there's no-brainers. Like the Brighter Minds thing would just never happen, right? Like these scams just never would happen. Like they're not part of Sajmark. There wouldn't be any of this wellness stuff. Like maybe the stuff with, I could be convinced that it was aligned with Sajmark principles and there was a need for it, but only if the centerpiece of the meditation and the transmission were, whatever. I mean, I'd have to see it and to be in that situation. But most of the decisions Daji's made, they're decisions that no one should even have, he should have never even thought as an option. They shouldn't have never crossed his mind to do, right? And like I said, that part I'm clear about. The interaction with people and doing some of the spiritual work and the commitment to the service thing, I couldn't do that stuff. Like I just don't care enough about it. But the decisions would be easy because anybody who does this practice for a while can develop the ability to follow their heart and do what's supposed to be done, right? And just, and also explain it. That'd be the other thing, explaining the decisions to people. Because it's important you do that. Not that you owe them an explanation, but you're teaching them how you went about the process. And that's, one of the wonderful things about the system is that there is a way that you do things differently using your heart and connecting to God and just developing the capacity to follow your spiritual path. And it's kind of epic, right? It's kind of a great aspect of the practice. And every master in the system should be able to do that, right? Like if I can do it, they could do it. Like that should be one of the easier things to learn how to do. Even the first so many years, if you read the books and you understand the philosophy, eventually you figure out how to do that, right? And I haven't come across a decision yet where it's been like, really hard for me to decide. And if it has been hard, at some point it just becomes obvious. The dust sort of settles and you know what to do. And, that's something that people, I think, can master in a a relatively short period of time, certainly after 10, 15, 20 years. They should be able to do that. If they're really applying and devoted to the system, you have to commit to the system, right? But in terms of the lineage of masters, it's a great idea. It's just that, we got to 3, right? And so, that's just how people are like. It's not the fault of the masters or the system. This is, how people act and how it ended up, crapping out. But the other part is, without a master, without a coach, without a teacher, you just don't get to higher levels. It just doesn't happen. You look at any player, they can learn basketball or football and play really well, but if they don't get proper coaching, you see the difference that happens when they get really good coaches. And you see the difference between some teams at developing talent and other teams that suck at it. If you're lucky enough to go to one of these teams that develops talent and is able to help you become the best player, it's, you're in a better situation. Where other people are just out there with incompetent leadership and coaches. It's like the same thing with being a musician or anything in life. Having, the proper teachers and guides and mentors is essential. You don't go anywhere without those things. You can only go so far with self-effort. And, there's always breakthroughs as well, right? There's things, people invented things, and, those things that have been invented, took some masterly, higher developed consciousness, whether it be inventions, whether it be, things that people do all the time, right? There's somebody was the first person to throw a curveball in baseball. Now everybody does it, right? And so there has to be someone who breaks through, and then there's also has to be people teach you how to make that breakthrough yourself, right? And, someone who goes to a high level of spirituality is a rare occurrence, and then being able to bring you up to that level. And the Sajmark system is unique in that way with the transmission and cleaning. That is a breakthrough in itself. But I've seen, the way people are when the master is there, just when they're in his presence, and they're better. They make better decisions. They just evolve in it pulls out the higher nature. And so without the master, they get reduced to, lower consciousness. And that's what's happening now. Because Daji is an equality master and people are devolving in the system, they're regressing because they don't have that essence, that energy, that consciousness that they're connected to pull them up. And that's one of the essential things about spiritual movement. So you really do need a higher developed soul. And hopefully that, this can be reversed in the near future when the Daji debacle is, when it folds. Okay, greetings, brothers and sisters. I got one comment last night and another what I just kind of scanned. They were hostile cult comments from cult followers of Duji. So I'm going to lay out some ground rules for the cult followers of Daji Kamlesh, because they're not helping themselves out. These comments just prove the whole idea that they're all in a cult. And I made a video yesterday. This is how these guys are actually helping me out here. I made a video yesterday. Here, let me see what the thing's called here. Entitled Global Spiritual Mahotsav and Other Daji Heartfulness Fail. And in this video, I cover how he's having this gathering. He's starting it with Diaper Baba, the disgraced Diaper Baba, who is, just had another false advertising claim against him, and, all these things, scandals he's had, and just the nightmare he is just as an entity to people outside of his fan base, right, in terms of how he presents. Diaper Baba is a brand killer, just a bad decision. All of us who saw him in Europe, Americans and Europeans and people from other countries were like, what is going on here? Who is this crazy looking MNF dancing around and prancing around as his diaper rolling his belly at a meditation gathering? And, that. But I had meant to say this, and it applies here, so it's a great sort of segue connecting to the last two videos here, this video and the one that I'm going to upload today, and then I'll have these back to back. I'll put this one up on today's Tuesday, March 5th. So I'll put this one up on Wednesday, and the other one I'll make public today. So here's the deal. I can be the worst person in the world. Like, it doesn't matter what you think of me. Like, it doesn't matter what I am as a person. I'm not at question here. This channel is not about me at all. And trying to make it about me is what a cult follower would do. And a cult would do. Trying to discredit me. You can say I'm the worst person in the world. Second worst. Because Dodgy would have to be worse if what I'm saying is true, right? Oftentimes reporters, and I'm not a reporter, but in this case, I'm playing the role of a reporter. Oftentimes people who bring truth to light, investigative journalists, whatever it is, people who are whistleblowers, whatever it might be, aren't great people themselves, right? Like, oftentimes the people who expose scandals do questionable things to get information. They might do, whatever it is. They might not have the best character. They might just be obsessed with bringing other people down. Whatever their thing is, they're, not saints or not great people. And so what I am as a person, whatever you think of me as a person, has no bearing on what I'm saying here. All that matters is if I'm telling the truth or not, or if I'm finding the truth. It's not even about me telling the truth, it's me finding the truth, right? Because it's not just about me. Almost all the information I show you are things that other people send to me. I gave up pretty much caring about this so much, other than in just what we call rubbernecking, when people look at a car wreck. When you're driving and you see a car wreck, you look over to see what the carnage is. It's called rubbernecking, people turning their heads to look at the car wreck. That's about the extent of my concern about this, because I've dealt with the pain and suffering and the realization that Dodgy's fallen. He was made the master of the system, the legitimate master of the system. He had all the spiritual work, at least, all that I could tell. Like, I was there, I saw it, and I talk about it here. So it wasn't like I didn't accept Dodgy. I was one of the first people who did. Kamlesh, when he was announced, there was no problems on my end. I thought he'd do a great job. I felt relief that Sharji had a successor. So, it's all documented. Anybody who listened to me, the Journey series, which is now taken down because of the Heartfulness cult and Dodgy, which is unfortunate, but it documented all these things. And so it isn't about me, right? Like, I am getting information from other people who want to get the word out, and I've never been all that concerned about you all, because you should know already. Like, if you're in India and you don't know what I know, like, I'm in America. I'm not there. I don't think about it. Like, I don't know Diaper Bob is a scumbag. Like, I did some research on the internet. I didn't know about what the what do you call it, is the RSS was. I had no idea what the RSS was and why it would be a problem. My viewers told me, people who do the system. So it's not just me. It's people who all share a similar concern or realization that Dodgy sucks. And I am just the person who has been given the task, because I have a platform, and I chose to speak out about these things and talk about, whatever's going on with me and my perceptions. And I told people about this. This is the other thing. I was telling people about heartfulness, and then when I realized Dodgy is an untrustworthy piece of crap who fallen and, has failed, and the people running the mission with him suck, I had to say something. Like, I can't be steering people to something that's disreputable. And so it's my duty as a person who's on the internet and is a so-called truther to tell the truth. And so it has zero to do with me. You can look at me as the worst person in the world. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying I'm great. I'm not saying I'm a saint. I'm not saying I should replace Dodgy, because I'm saying the exact opposite. That isn't even on the table. I'm unwilling to even consider that, and nobody should consider me to replace Dodgy. Like, I'm not, And that's, given this whole thing, it would never happen, right? Because of me saying all these things. and what I've presented here. So that's not even consideration. Nobody's saying that. Nobody has that. People who hear about Sajmark from me, people who are my fans here, yeah, sure, they have. They're limited because they never got a chance to meet Chargy, and so I appear pretty great to them because they never met Chargy or some of the other saintly people, right? Some of the great preceptors and things, the real saints of this Sajmark system. But you can think of me as the second biggest piece of poop in the world, right? Like, I don't care. I'm not. I mean, we're all, we all have our issues, whether they're character flaws, which you guys can't see because you're too limited and you don't know me. And so you just say stupid stuff. And so it doesn't matter what I am in terms of this channel. It only matters that I'm presenting legitimate arguments that the cult that is Heartfulness and the cult leader that is Dodgy refuse to address. And not because I'm asking them to address them, because thousands of Abhyasis and people who have quit are saying these same things. It is not just me. So it's, again, you're addressing not only me, but all the other people who have these legitimate concerns. And a spiritual organization, especially people who have legitimate, heartfelt feelings of betrayal and, whatever it might be, feelings of doubt. You need to address these things as a leader and as a cult, as a spiritual organization. But cults don't do that. Cults browbeat people. Cults intimidate people. Cults, gaslight people. And that's what's happening here. The reports are, I'm getting all these reports from people. And even what they did trying to censor me. It's the wrong approach. And having dopes like you show up and comment and make dopey comments without being able to, think things through and, think about the effects of your comments to make it look even more like a cult. And you're failing just like Dodgy is. Like, you're everything that that's disgusts me about what's happened with the organization. And so with that being said, let's go to comment number 1. The person here, I got to make it bigger. The person says this. Yes, you are repetitive, Paul. You have not forgot that your ego is too big. You could not forget that your ego is too big and you are involving and steering people for your own agenda of hate. Okay, so what's my hate agenda? Explain my hate agenda. Like, how do I have an agenda of hate? Like, what is the hate agenda? Like, this person might be the, I don't know. But he could be one of the people in charge of one of these dopes. Like, that makes no sense. What's my agenda of hate? Like, I just want to spread hate? Like, I'm just filled with hate, just want to spread hate? What is you have legitimate concerns here. You are spreading lies, misinformation, and trying to create a cult of yours by dividing people on the name of Chargy. Chargy's son and brother is very much a part of Heartfulness, yet you speak as if you are the authority on his behalf. Well, two things here. This is Heartfulness meets 9 out of 10 of the criteria for a cult. Open letter to Dodgy and his cronies. I think there's one of his cronies. Not sure. By your criteria, Babaji's kids all rejected Chargy. The whole family did. And they had, there's a gathering in Shah Jahanpur. I mean, think about this. For those of you who understand what a gathering is, or at least get an idea of it. So there's a gathering in Shah Jahanpur at the ashram. And Chargy showed up as the legitimate master of the system. And the family had another guy, a guy who endorsed Chargy, a guy who Babaji straight up told, I think this guy was in the central region. He was a higher developed soul. Forget his name. I would remember. It doesn't matter. But he's someone who was referenced often in Chargy's diaries. And later I saw an exchange where Chargy wrote about this to people. And this guy straight up accepted Chargy, said, Chargy, I'm going to endorse you. And Babaji told me that you were the guy, so I'm going to, like Babaji didn't tell very many people that Chargy was a representative, but he told this guy. But this guy was confronted by maybe Chargy's brother, a bunch of people. I don't know who he was, like a lot of senior people confronted this guy. And he said they were so nice to me I couldn't say no. But he was their choice's master. And he gave sittings representing the new organization run by Babaji's kids, right? And Charji gave the sittings for, the legitimate Saj Marg. And so they had two different gatherings with, two different satsangs. 3 sittings a day, 2 sittings a day, whatever, for like Vasant or Babaji's birthday or something. Like one of the gatherings, that was one of the gatherings. There was two gatherings at the same ashram of 2 separate groups, warring groups, right? And so that's Babaji's kids and Babaji's family. So should we reject Charji based in this person's criteria, right? Charji's son and brother is very much a part of Heartfulness, yet you speak as if you were the authority on his behalf. Well, I am a person with critical thinking skills, and I'm not here because of Charji's brother and Charji's son. Like I had, relationship with Charji's son Krishna, and whatever it was. Charji chewed him out in front of me, but he was blocking letters from lots of people, but me, particularly. And I almost never wrote to Charji, so it was a complete bummer. But he was worried about his dad's health, so I understood that. And me and Christian were close, not close, but we were, we became friendly with each other, right? We'd say hi, talk to each other a little bit. And I like Krishna. And, he, when Charji died, he looked like his dad. Like the first time I ever saw him, I always thought he looked like his mom, but, I didn't have an opinion, but after Charji passed away and I saw Krishna for the first time, you could see it. He absorbed something from his dad. And, whatever he's doing. Like maybe he's sticking with this thing. I don't know what he knows or what he thinks, and I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Like I'm not, I'm talking about what the rest of us see, right? And so this is an illegitimate argument. Like this person's saying, you were spreading lies, misinformation, and trying to create a cult of yours by dividing people on the name of Charji. Well, that's, there's already a division, right? Like I'm not dividing anybody. There's people who are wondering why, well, let's just go through the points here. These are the points that Daji and his cronies should answer. Number 1, why are there no books being reprinted by Charji? When you have a birthday gathering for Charji, which he's canceled, why is he canceling Charji's birthday gathering? I mean, his reasoning was ridiculous. And so there's a real reason for this. Why has he been, downplaying Charji as much as possible? Why are there, other than the books that are the leftover books, the few leftover books that they have, why are they not selling any of the books? Why are they printing books from other organizations and other people and releasing them on Charji's birthday and not re-releasing any of Charji's books? Why are there not complete works of Charji? Like Charji had the most content, most DVDs, the most everything. Why are those things not being sold? And when they're sold, they're being sold out and they aren't being reprinted or republished. Why is just everything that Charji did is his talks and things being scrubbed from the official Saj Marg website, things like this? I mean, they're being posted by this good YouTube channel that's, luckily doing these things, posting Charji's old talks. But other than that, he's been disappeared. And the person who is doing that YouTube channel admitted, said that, that Charji's being scrubbed. And all these people who have legitimate questions about this, and Daji's answer was, saying that Charji was not a part of, that Kamlesh was being prepared in secret behind Charji's back under his nose, and Charji didn't know about it. And yet the same thing, Kamlesh says that only the living masters can do anything. So which is it? Like the contradiction. And so why are there no streets named after Charji? Why are there no references to Charji in Kana? Charji has been pretty much removed from the system. And so those are the questions about Charji and his handling of Charji. When he wrote the letter to Tuktaji, which I showed everybody, which is no longer available because Heartfulness copyrighted me so that the video would be taken down because they're scared of the truth, right? Why is that Again, not about me. Like, you're making this about me. Like, answer the legitimate questions that are from other people, right? So we went to Tuktuji Ashram, said Tuktuji murdered him, which was a joke because he lies. He's a liar. And then he wrote a letter saying, these are the people who are part of the divine hierarchy in the Sajmark system, and left Chargy's name off of there. The video that he took down where he said Chargy didn't make it to the brighter world, where's that? Answer that. What do you mean he didn't make it? He said was given one last chance and he failed. Multiple people saw it. I didn't see it. Multiple people saw it and have brought it up to me and said, yeah, it was taken down. And so what about that video? What about him saying that? What about him leaving him off the list? What of him saying he's not in the brighter world? What about any of that? Like, those questions need to be answered, not for me, because they need to be answered because legitimate people can, and me. I'm not part of the organization. I don't care. I realize that Daji's fallen. I've done my own thing. But even that, he owes all of us an explanation. What are the lies and misinformation I'm spreading? What are the things that aren't true, that I haven't showed you through Daji's own videos and Daji's own talks, that you guys are scrubbing because you don't want people to see and, see what I've shown you. People who just aren't watching his things because nobody watches his stuff. People aren't fans of Daji. They don't watch his videos. They've tuned him off. And so me showing you things he's saying is going to make people ask questions. Like, that's not right. When somebody speaks up, especially with you guys and your cult goggles on, you guys are predisposed not to. Well, anyways, let's get back to it here. Let me open this back up here. And so it says here, Chargy was loved and is loved, and he will be forever loved as our guide. But your ego is too big. That's why you are defaming others. Like, it's just boilerplate talking points. Again, don't make it about me. Like, okay, maybe I have the second biggest egos in the world, but my ego hasn't done anything in terms of destroying Chargy's legacy and also destroying the Sajmark organization. That's on you and Daji. Like, so, you might say I have a big ego. Like, that's, what's your evaluation of my big ego? Like, I'm not saying I don't have one. Like, whatever that means, right? But what do you think is the motivation behind my big ego that I'm doing this? Like, I could easily have made a deal with Daji. Like, I could get, he could, whatever. When I first posted the videos in the Journey series, one of the Daji's cronies reached out to me through a preceptor. And this guy, the Daji truther, speculated that they were going to offer me something, like a preceptorship or whatever, just to be quiet. And I was unwilling to even consider that. So if my ego was so big, I could have, got something for any of this. But, it's a stupid way of, like, you don't have the ability to read or evaluate what I'm doing. Like, the least you could say is we have legitimate concerns, right? Not just me, but other people. So when Fraudgy came in, when Kamlesh came in, he immediately made changes, including the very name of the system. He changed it to Heartfulness. But he made immediate, like, goofy changes, like he said, no kids go to the gathering. And because of that, I got kicked out of a gathering because I was with my 13-year-old son. The crime that I committed was bring my son. Well, he didn't make it clear. Like, nobody could really, he disappeared. He made this proclamation on an email. And then, of course, he's sitting with his grandkids on his lap now, where kids are at the gatherings, and he's now have schools there and all these things. And so he made a decision that he now has reversed. It was an arbitrary decision, his first year as master, to change everything about the system. He also reduced the age in which kids could start. He made these sweeping changes, right? He started changing the maxims, and then he started doing things that are clearly against the teachings of the system. Things that Babaji said, don't do Hatha Yoga. Now he's got Diaper Baba doing Hatha Yoga at the beginning of a wellness retreat, where he won't celebrate Chargy's birthday, but he'll celebrate a wellness retreat. These are legitimate questions that not only I'm asking, but thousands of people want to know the answer. But they've been browbeat and intimidated into not being able to speak their piece of their mind. They're scared of expressing themselves. Some of it's cultural and some of it's organizational, but they're being pressured. People said that they were threatened and things like this, right? That's what cults do, right? And so this generic, like, stupid comment this person's leaving. Again, another thing about this is I am addressing your comment here. It suits me because you suck and your comment's stupid. It's just it's just the things people accuse. You have a big ego. What does that even mean, right? Like, define what my motivation is. Define the fact that I'm not just the only one saying this, right? We all have giant egos. Well, that's the problem. Everybody who questions Dodgy's legitimacy and his things that he's doing, that goes against the very teachings of the system. Things that Babaji and Charji said don't do, Lalaji said don't do. Canceling the master's holidays that go against a Whispers message, and then lying about Babaji, giving him a Whispers message saying, and not reading his Whispers message. There's Whispers messages that exist that say that you are being, these holidays have to be celebrated. They're special days. And this is, I've read the message over and over again. Address those things, right? Address what I'm actually saying, like on the merit of the argument. You can't do that because you're in a cult, right? Again, like, I allow people to post comments. You guys filter the comments. You don't allow someone to just post a comment. You filter the comments first. You read the comment before it is ever seen in public. That's censorship. Like, people post their comments, and I'll ban people, and I'll ridicule them, and I'll mock them or whatever I do, right? If they deserve to be ridiculed and mocked like you do. But at least I'm letting you guys post your comments, and I'm addressing the ridiculousness of your comment, which Dodgy can't do. Dodgy doesn't answer questions. He's made all these sweeping changes, which is always a mistake, and he hasn't explained any of them. The only explanation we get from him or the organization is he's the master, deal with it. Oh, Chargy appointed him, so deal with it. But he doesn't act like a master, and people don't like him. And what about all the new people that can't stand the guy, that think the guy is, right off the bat? And this is a legitimate, reaction that people are having. The guy does not appeal to people. The American mission has shrunk to almost nothing. And so there's no enthusiasm. And so I saw a fundraiser he had for Christmas. He raised $3,000. When that was Chargy, it would have been hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, the guy, he's cut off all these people, the bad decisions, the RSS. This is a legitimate concern. People have expressed these concerns to me, and I verbalized them for them. And I don't, the organization to me is done because of people like you. I mean, I'm more disgusted with all you guys who have allowed him to throw Chargy under the bus. And that, it's clear that he's doing that. He has an issue with Chargy. He said things over and over again, which I documented in these videos, which the organization doesn't want to have up there because it's a slam dunk when you watch the videos. And so all you have is to call me names, which is like your big ego, right? To say I have a big ego. Like, who are you? Like, to say I have a big ego. Like, what are you saying? Like, again, I'm not saying I don't, but like, how does me having a big ego relate to Dodgy's failure? Like, me covering it here? Like, it doesn't. Like, my ego is whatever it is, right? Like, I can be the worst piece of crap in the world, like I said in the beginning of the video. That doesn't make Dodgy, that doesn't excuse his behavior, right? It's not about me. I'm not running a cult. Like, he's person. Let's get into it because he says that here. Says here, Chargy was loved and he will be loved forever. You're spreading lies of me. Create a cult of yours by dividing people on name of Chargy. Like, what do you mean a cult? Like, how is it a cult? What am I asking my followers to do? Like, what followers do I have other than YouTube viewers, right? I've made it clear I don't want to be any kind of a spiritual leader or any of these things. Like, not in some way like, oh, please don't know, not like a, like they have some of these fake fights in the NBA where, hold me back. Like I'm not, this isn't false humility. I'm clear based in the way that Chargy and Babaji and Lalaji were treated that I would never want that personally. And I don't have the personality and the commitment and the service level that they have, right? Like, it's a service position. And given the way humanity has treated them and Jesus and everybody else, no thanks, right? I mean, like, at least in this life, and maybe that's, that would be my big ego or whatever. That would be my ego saying, yeah, I'm not into that, right? Because these people suck. Why would I want to, I'm not committed that much to it, right? So this isn't about me at all. This isn't about me replacing him. This isn't about me saying that I want to do his job. None of these things, because I don't want to do it. And so, like, you just saying stuff like that, like, oh my God, you're not a cult. We're not a cult. You're a cult. You're a cult. Like, it makes no sense. Anybody watching my videos, anybody who knows me, even anybody who knew me as an Abhyasi, all the other fellow Abhyasis, no one ever thought, oh, Paramano should be the next. Like, no one ever thought that like, no one would accept me as that in the organization. Like, I'm not, my name wasn't on the list of potential people. It wasn't like I was in consideration. I'm just not that guy. Like, I don't have, nobody would consider me for that position, including myself. Like, it was never an option for me. And thinking about it, like, even just talking about that idea of me being a guru or a master stresses me out. Like, it stresses me out. Like, I don't, it would cause me stress to even think about that as a possibility because of, who I am and my lacking of whatever it takes to do that job. I'm good at this job. I'm good at making videos. I'm good at, seeing things and pattern recognition. This is what I'm good at. This is the gift that I have to contribute to the, Sajmark system. This is, and humanity. Like, I'm good at this. And I'm happy to do this. And I'm comfortable doing this, right? And so just making up things. Oh, you're a cult. No, we're not a cult. You're a cult, right? It's just like stupid. Like, this is a person that doesn't have the ability to assess what someone else is saying. This is everything that cult leaders, cult followers do, and the people that the gatekeepers around Daji do, right? Answer the questions legitimately. And the same thing you guys did when I asked about the UN years ago. Is that my big ego? When when Babaji didn't join the UN and wrote a pretty, harsh letter from Babaji. I mean, like, in terms of Babaji's letters, that was a harsh one to the UN and was critical of the UN and clearly didn't think the UN was a worthy organization. And then you clowns joined the UN. Like, and I asked legitimate questions and nobody could answer them. And then I was told the one thing I was said was, we can't let radical idealism stop this opportunity. Right? Radical idealistic, whatever it was. I could find the exact quote from a senior member. Like, that's, being idealistic is the only reason to do this. That you can believe that humanity can turn it around. And people like you could be somehow elevated beyond your low level of consciousness, even though that you're around the master, or, if this is one of his cronies, you're a part of the system, you claim to love Chargy, and then you allow something like this to happen and never speak up and never even look at the possibility that this has happened when it's so obvious that it has. Okay, let me get back to it here. Chargy was loved and is loved and will be forever loved as our guide, but your ego is too big. That's why you are defaming others. Well, like, that's your reasoning? Like, that's not my motivation. What is my motivation, right? I've had legitimate experiences. Daji's lied to me. Kamash has lied to me. I got thrown out of a gathering because of his mistakes. And I didn't even turn on him then. Like, I could have, but I still believed that he was a legitimate master. And so I just thought, well, I'm going through cleaning and, hopefully, he'll become better, right? I just assumed he would become better. Like, I wasn't even questioning his mastery then. I looked at it like I was, upset more that, like, if this is the legitimate guy, which he was, that Chargy appointed, I saw the video, I saw Chargy announce his appointment, but now I'm hearing other things. There's a story out there, some of the people in the inner circle, again, I haven't talked to them because they don't want to, they're scared, but they said that he was pressured. Chargy was pressured, and they made it impossible for Chargy to choose anybody outside of these inner circle people that wanted to do what they're doing to the mission. So F you and F the rest of you guys for doing that and creating this cult. Like, well, what's the motivation behind your comment, right? Like, what do you think's going to happen here? That people are going to see this? They're going to read this line that this wonderful fucking insight that you put out here? Chargy was loved and loved. He will be forever loved as our guide. But your ego is too big. That's why you were defaming others. That's your level of insight. You're like maybe a preceptor, a person in the mission, and that's your ability to perceive somebody else's reasoning. Like, that's like, you think that's going to win people's over? Oh my God, this guy just forgets it. Like, you think, what's going to happen? It's just going to make you. This looks like what a cult follower would say, right? Guides will keep coming and going, as all the previous guys have said. Use my services till I am alive and forget me. No, that's what Dodgy said. I don't remember the rest of him saying that, right? I mean, yes, the guys will be keep on coming, but not after Dodgy. Like he's wrecked it. Like he's wrecked the lineage of the masters by going against all the things that were said to not do, like doing the things that the other master says, oh, don't do this. And he's done all those things. He's made one mistake after another. And nobody likes the guy. He's not bringing in new people. And he's not going to win, people outside of India and not even there, right? And bringing in all these organizations and Diaper Baba and all these things and becoming political. I mean, these are legitimate questions. And it's a failure. It goes against the very principles and teachings of the system. And so are we supposed to throw away all the old books? We're supposed to throw away all the whispers messages that go against what Daji's doing? Is that we're always pretend that we didn't read those things? And that he's somehow this exalted person when the guy can't even complete a coherent thought, when he tells a different story being interviewed in one place, a story that no one should believe in the first place, that these women who were digging ditches were moved from point 1 to point 13 in a fraction of a second. And then in his book, he tells a completely different story. We're supposed to ignore all that. So we're not supposed to think at all. We're supposed to be just, oh my God, he's the master, like some drones. That's what cults do. Cults can't answer legitimate questions about behaviors, right? And Daji has not explained himself. He's made sweeping changes, which is a sign of a bad leader. Someone who comes in immediately and makes sweeping changes and then reverses some of those changes after he realizes they were bad ideas, and then never explains himself. Never explains the constant failure, never explains the bad videos, never explains forcing preceptors to buy his books. I mean, like buying his books, like thousands of them. I mean, whatever it is, the numbers, so that he can be a best-selling author. Like that's what cult leaders do, right? That's what cults do. As all the previous guys have said, use me till I am alive and forget me. Same is said by Babaji, same Charji, same as Daji. But apparently, you are too big, even bigger than Charji. Like you're just a child. Like answer the questions that are being asked here. Again, don't make it about me. Like I said, I could be the worst person in the world, second worst, because I at least didn't destroy the Heartfulness, the Sajmark system with the Heartfulness cult. I didn't turn Sajmark into a cult. And so, you and the people who have supported this guy are worse than me. Like, whatever you want to say about me, like I'm the, whatever. I'm better than you guys, like, because I didn't do that, right? Like, that's the worst thing to me that ever could have happened. Humanity's future, humanity's, a system that's there to elevate humanity, a corrupt and debauched humanity that's falling into the abyss and on the cusp of destroying the planet and being brought into extinction. And there was this lifeline that was given, this divine, Hail Mary to get people to, elevate themselves. All of us who have benefited from the system and know how great it is. And Daji and you guys have destroyed it. So, like, that's worst thing. Like, no matter how bad you want to think I am, I didn't do that, right? Apparently you are even too big. Apparently you are too big, even bigger than Charji. Try to use Charji's name to fulfill your agenda. Otherwise, you would not even try to defame or speak lies about the person he has appointed. What does that even mean? Like, he's the one that has not talked about Charji the way that Babaji talked about Lalaji and Charji talked about Babaji. I mean, he's talked about him negatively. Like, so much so he just told, like, after canceling Charji's birthday, I mean, he canceled his master's birthday. And, all of it. Like, you guys know. I don't have to go through it. Answer the questions that I've raised. Explain the, behaviors. And the only explanation is, like, he hates the guy. He's not a Charji fan. Why is he not republishing Charji's books? Again, I don't want the position, but if I was in that position, I would be republishing Charji's stuff because they were great. They changed my life. There's works out there, there's books out there that haven't been published by Charji that were still in the pipeline. And so he's publishing other books from outside organizations, things about yoga, hatha yoga, that were never supposed to be done. And he's celebrating, these other people like Diaper Baba and Transcendental Meditation. And he's canceling Charji's birthday. He canceled Charji's birthday, right? How am I the one that's like, at question here? I didn't cancel Charji's birthday. You think I did that? And so, trying to use Charge's name to fulfill your agenda. Otherwise, you would not even have tried to defame or speak lies about the person he has appointed. One who has bigger things to do, and especially one who meditates and does not have time to defame others, period. This is the killer line. This is my favorite thing about this comment. Defame is not anything. Like, I'm asking legitimate questions, but it's already, the guy, I mean, there's no way. What about the Brighter Minds scam? That is the midbrain activation scam. Answer the questions. Get third-party people. Go to that guy, the guy who offers money. If you won that guy over, Naranjan Narank from the Rational Society, who's called out Daji by name, again, that's a scam. It's an absolute scam. It was a midbrain activation scam, and it looks goofy. Like, it's not a winning. It just looks stupid on top of it. And it was just like a horrible decision. There's nothing to be said here. And have a third party come out and expose, like he already has, publish a report from one of the doctors that was a member of the mission, publish the report, put the report out there that this guy already did. That prove that it's a scam. Otherwise, you're a lying scammer, right, that's encouraging kids to lie and taking their parents' money to do it, right? One of the bigger things to do, especially one who meditates, is not have time to defame others, period. This is the line. Just imagine Warren Buffett speaking ill about others. Warren Buffett is a worthless piece of shit. Okay? There's a documentary out there, a truther documentary, done by one of the sons, I believe, from Johnson & Johnson. I forget the name of the documentary. But he was asking legitimate questions about the power elite and his family. And his dad had done the same thing, and his dad had been crushed, and his dad was freaking out by his son doing this documentary. And the kid interviewed Warren Buffett's granddaughter, and Warren Buffett, without even knowing what she said, and she was a single mom, cut her off financially in all ways, like disavowed her, disowned his own granddaughter. And so, like you're saying, Warren Buffett's a great man. Like, you're bringing Warren Buffett into this thing. Like, what kind of fool are you? Like, what kind of child are you to think that Warren Buffett should be talked in the same breath as Charji and the members of the mission? That's, I think this is one of the clowns who did the UN and that never answered the questions about the UN, which is your problem. Like, you created this dynamic. If you had been transparent about the UN and had listened to other people's opinion, namely mine back then, and, not just my opinion, there's a good 30 to 40% of the world who has a very bad opinion about the UN. And linking Saj Marg to the UN meant that all those people would not even try it because of it. And I raised that question along with Babaji's letter, which you guys are now trying to use they tried to use parts of Babaji's letter to validate their decision to become an NGO, which has had no positive effect. The UN is a piece of crap organization, and Warren Buffett is a piece of crap. And why would you, bring this thing in there? Like, it just shows the level of consciousness here. This is what people who are called. Just imagine Warren Buffett speaking ill about others. But since you are not there, then what else can one expect? You are not restoring faith in humanity, but destroying it. My videos are getting like a couple hundred views, which is fine with me. Like, I'm not trying to win you guys over because you guys disgust me. Every one of you guys who claim to love Charji and have not asked these same questions and are just, are working actively to prevent this kind of information from getting out. If this is the person I think it is, I don't know, like this is a guy who copyrighted me. You're a fool and you've made bad decisions. Like, I know this, like, chump, right? And I don't know. Like, there's a lot of people have these same names. So it could be somebody else. But anyways, this is what a cult follower says, and you've just helped prove the case because you're not legitimately saying that you're not legitimizing anything that's being said by not just me but many other people that have legitimate questions and say, all right, like you guys have a legitimate point of view. But once you say that, then it opens the door to actually like, well, maybe Dodgy is like a piece of crap. Maybe he's fallen. Maybe he didn't do what he was supposed to do. See, once you let the possibility in that that could happen, and that's what happened with me. I didn't think this could happen. And so that way, why it took me a long time to realize it had happened. Like I had enough information early on, but I had also had the other information where I saw the work that had been done. And I said in my videos, I legitimately saw, I experienced the process that Daji was going through, Kamish was going through to become the master of the system. I saw the spiritual work. I experienced it in a variety of ways, had a positive opinion of it. And so having witnessed that, it was much harder for someone like me to see that Dodgy sucks. And it's not hard for new people. It's not hard for my viewers, people like my wife, my viewers, people who have not met Chargy, and they look at Dodgy and evaluate him on just their perception of him, and he doesn't, he has nothing. He's no charisma, all these things I've said. I'm repeating this stuff because this person, didn't answer any of these things. If you're going to leave a comment, don't make it about me and address these things in a way that you have some, it's the only person who can address this stuff is Dodgy. And he can't address it, right? Why did he leave Chargy off the list? He can't answer that question. Are you going to publish the report that Brighter Minds is a scam? The report that you're sitting on? No, he's not going to do that. He's franchised somebody else's scam. He's a moron. Like, so stupid people do things like that, right? Like, that's a stupid thing. And you guys who are around him have allowed that. You've lost all credibility in the eyes of people in the mission. People outside the mission, they're never going to go for this guy. He's never going to win them over, right? And the transmission, the energy's just not there. Like, lots of us don't feel it at all, and what we feel is off-putting. So he doesn't even have that in his bag anymore. He doesn't have the transmission, the clean. Some people still feel it from him, and that is whatever. I mean, at least they're reporting that. Like, I don't know what other people are feeling. But I do know that people are reporting that who started doing heartfulness felt something in the beginning, and now they don't feel anything. And they're feeling it when they do the gratefulness meditation, which is something that we're doing without a masterless system, because Dodgy's made that happen by not being a master. And so you guys have all failed us. And your comment is just the kind of comment a cult leader, a cult follower would put out there. But then there was a new comment that just came in today. I didn't get a chance to read it all. But there's some great, there's some things here. And this is, Kamish is trying to censor me just as his pal Diaper Baba gets Supreme Courted. Nobody's trying to keep you down, but you will eventually go on making a fool of yourself by spreading lies. No, they copyrighted my videos to suppress. And again, these are things that are put up by other people, right? So the first things they copyrighted, somebody else put up on Facebook and existed. It was on my other channel for a while. It was unlisted. I don't even know why I uploaded it there. Maybe I went to send it to somebody else. But they copyrighted copyrighted it because they showed these things that I showed raised legitimate questions. And people are already having legitimate questions. People are, like, the enthusiasm is gone. And people aren't watching Dodgy. Like, that's the key to it, right? That, like, he doesn't even have a fan base. He's lost a fan base. He had a built-in audience, and he lost that audience. And he wouldn't be able to gain an audience on his own, but because he lacks whatever it takes to win people over. And so, that's a part of this thing. Nobody's trying to keep you down, but you will eventually go on making a fool of yourself by spreading lies. I'm ashamed that you once followed Sash Mark. You're ashamed for me, or wow, this is such a such a loving, caring, heartfulness person. They're ashamed that I followed. You are motivated and has agenda because you wanted a leadership position. When did I want a leadership position? When? Explain that to me. When did I ever want a leadership position? In anything. Like, that's not who I am. Like, do you think I asked for leadership positions? I asked questions about things that they did, like the UN. But you discredit yourself when you say that, because I am an underachiever my whole life. I've always been an underachiever. Like, like that's what everybody knows me says. There was times that, I was a preceptor for a while and I like that, but that also stressed me out, right? And so what leadership position would you think I would have wanted? Especially when all as I saw was that people did work for the mission were frustrated. I wrote some books and offered those books, which I've self-published. At least one book was published by the mission, and they wrecked that, which I won't get into. That was with Chargy, so it had nothing to do with Dodgy. Um, you know, the and the artist, but whatever the thing was, right? I don't care. And then My Friend Within, which I've self-published. That was all I ever did, right? There was never me saying, "Oh, I want a leadership position." There was a period of time where I thought that I would move up and do the things that other people did, like other preceptors and things like this. But then I saw I wasn't suited for it. Um, there was a pathway people would become preceptors, and then they would do more and more work because doing more and more work was what you did in Saj Mark. You were given, like Chargy said, the results for work well done is you get higher and better work. And so, I saw myself following the path of other people. Like this is maybe the first couple years that I was in the mission. And then I saw when I interacted with people and all the drama that people caused, I mean, organizationally, I'm like, oh, I want no part of that, right? Like I'm an outsider. I've always been an outsider. I don't feel comfortable in a group. And so that's why I've been able to do these videos because I don't care about you guys' opinion of me. Like I don't care. I don't care if you like me. I don't care if you hate me. I don't care any of these things. Even on my regular YouTube channel, like I can tell the truth and just accept that, the majority of people aren't going to like it, whatever it might be, especially now. And so, like that's one of the gifts that I have in terms of doing this job. But it's not a good job for a leadership position. You can't be I don't care if you quit or not guy and run the mission, which is what Dodgy is, right? Dodgy has allowed all these people to quit or just, withdraw because of his actions, his mistakes. If they were legitimate actions, sure. But Chargy was always conscious of, he didn't not do what needed to be done if people are going to quit over it. But he explained it, and he did it in a way that, to make it, he reached out as much as possible, which Dodgy won't do. Dodgy won't answer questions, and oftentimes his actions, almost every time his actions resulted him reversing his actions because they were a mistake. But the bigger part here is, and I have wished that I had said this earlier when I was talking about making it about me. The master of the system is held to the highest standard. The master of the system, they have their human side. It can make human mistakes. But there has to be an underlying sort of mastery there, an underlying consciousness and a surrender of your ego and your ability to do the wrong thing. And constantly, be moving in the direction, connecting with the source and moving in a direction where you're making decisions based in your higher nature, which Dodgy just hasn't done. And the rest of us, that's okay if we don't do that. I mean, as Abhyasis, we should be working towards that. But the master has to do that. And the master has to take in consideration there's all these people that are doing the organization. He has to live up to the standards set by the other masters. Like he may not be as great as Chargy or as spiritual as Babaji or as I don't even know how to describe Lalaji. But the idea is that he's like them in the sense of just making the right decisions and leading the organization and caring about other people, like the people that are in the mission. I don't care about them. So, like, the job can't be done by me because I don't have that, right? Like, I care about people, but not like that. Not to the extent that Chargy did and Babaji did, where they burn themselves for the, other people. Where Dodgy makes anti-Sajmarg decisions that go against all the teachings and all the books and all the, ways the masters were saying this is what you're supposed to be. He has a poor character. He lies constantly. I mean, he's lied about channeling messages from Babaji. He canceled Chargy's birthday, for Christ's sakes, right? Like, what more do you need to know? And so, like, there's a standard that he's not living up to, but it's not even a standard of being a master. It's a standard of being a good person, right? Like, it's that bad. Anyways, let's get back to this cult follower's comment here. So you are motivated and has agenda because you want a leadership position. Everyone is a dope but you, Paul. You have the power of discernment working, but not others. Your sole occupation is to actually spread hate and take away the good work done by other people. You are speaking lies through your teeth. That's like the Warren Buffett part of it. You are speaking lies through your teeth. What lies? What lies? Like again, what things did I say? Like bring up the actual things that I said. If not here in your own mind, like go through the things that I said. Remove me from the equation. Like say that I represent 10,000 people or 1,500 people, something like that, whatever it is. People who have these exact concerns. These are things that are being sent by other people to me. Like I didn't discover these things. I didn't discover the Brighter Mind scam. I didn't, we all reacted to Diaper Baba the way we reacted. Okay, so my brother came up to me and said, what the hell was that? When Diaper Baba was belly dancing, all the other people, Europeans and Americans, that were freaked out when Diaper Baba hijacked that the inauguration of the ashram gathering in 2020 on Basant. Like all the people reacted to Kamlesh's decision to partner with Diaper Baba and Diaper Baba to be the featured guest, and he just was wandering around following Dodgy around, sniffing at his. And this comment the person just left here is to that video. That Kamlesh is trying to censor me just as pal Diaper Baba is in the Supreme Court, is getting Supreme Courted. Okay, so it's embarrassing for Dodgy to have a guy who's been charged with and accused of all this scumbaggery stuff. And the guy's weird. And other people outside of India specifically, but even in India, don't like the guy and are wondering why Dodgy's partnering with him. They've built some kind of joint, they're working on some kind of joint buildings, and now Dodgy's having the guy host Hatha Yoga, which is, again, bringing Hatha Yoga into a system where it was said, don't do Hatha Yoga, where Babaji basically said that in multiple places, Charji. And so he's doing something new, bringing in something that goes against the previous master's teachings, a guy who has a disreputable reputation. And, those of us who ask legitimate questions about it are being, censored and not answered. And people in the mission, like in the organization, who have devoted their life to this thing and been preceptors for years and are freaked out. And there's lots of them. And they're all asking these questions, right? And so, this is your response. Like, these are what cult leaders, this is what cult followers say, right? Why are you even watching these videos? You know the title of the video. You guys all know about me and what I, think. Why are you even watching these videos? You're not open to what's being said. So why would you even watch them? Like, if you had no doubts about Dodgy, then why would this even be something you would watch? Like, some part of you, this is where your emotional reaction is coming to, right? Because it's not getting that many views. And I don't care. Like, I don't care. I'm doing what I have to do. I'm not worried about how many people this reaches. I'm not trying to save people from Dodgy scam, like future people. I don't think people are going to follow the guy. And if you do, that's on you. If you get duped by the guy and you're not a Abhyasi and you fall for this guy, like, I don't know what's wrong with you, right? The majority of people, when they see Dodgy and they're not Abhyasis, they're like, I said, when I was talking positively about heartfulness, again, I didn't ask for any position or any of these things. I was just doing my, what I considered service to my viewers and to the mission and the organization and the divine hierarchy just because it's something so great for me, something that was transformational for me. And I talked about it positively. And all my viewers were like, this guy, are you serious? This guy? About Dodgy. Like, they couldn't believe that Dodgy would be a spiritual master. So people who fall for him. And all you guys who have watched him throw Chargy under the bus, you have no value to me. Like, I don't think that you have any worth as a person. If this was your beloved master and you don't even question what Dodgy's done to him, the things that he said about him, the way he's, minimized Chargy, the way he's tried to redefine his character and who he was a person, saying he failed he was given one last opportunity to go to the brighter world. and he failed. He was given one last chance. One last chance. Like the guy was just a walking failure when all we ever saw was success. And all we see with Dodgy is failure. So if there's someone with a big ego who's wanting to be something that he doesn't deserve, it's Dodgy. It's Kamlish. Like he took a job he wasn't up for the job, forced his way into the position. I mean, that's what I'm hearing. And then has destroyed the legacy of the organization and turned it into a for-profit situation, right? And if you don't see that, it's not my problem. But don't come in here with your goofy boilerplate lies and remedial explanation that I'm running an agenda of hate because I wanted some position. My ego was too big. None of those things add up. Nobody who knows me would say those things, right? You could say I'm mean-spirited or, I'm disrespectful, and, those things are all true. Chargy called me aloof. Yeah, sure. You could say those things, right? You could say lots of things about me in terms of my character, but what difference does that make? Am I telling the truth or not? It's not me telling, is it the truth? Is what being said here the truth? At least partial, because if I get it, even if it's partially right, the master, Dodgy's not a master. Even if it's, one of these things is right. And they're all right. There's only one conclusion here. Okay, so I'm going to walk with my wife, and I had some more thoughts about, what I presented here. The way I found out about the Brighter Minds scam was a young Irish Abhyasi Indian who said he was living in Ireland. Reached out to me and said, have you heard about the Brighter Minds thing? And, I started to talk about that then in my Journey series, and then all these people started to show up, including a doctor who had debunked, Dr. Abhyasi, who had debunked this, the scam. And he was trying to reconcile because of the way that they treated him. They ostracized him, the doctor, and they ostracized him, the mission. But also what happened was this young Abhyasi from Ireland, as well as other Abhyasis, came forward and said they asked preceptors about the Brighter Minds scam, and they were bullied and gaslit and threatened and said, you're not allowed to ask these questions. They were accused. They were attacked the way the people are attacking me in this comments, right? In a cult-like way, right? And, when you're accusing me of having a big ego or being jealous or wanting a position and having a campaign of hate, then you're also accusing all these other people. Like you're not being honest about the fact that, these other people all had these experiences, right? And they all struggled with Dodgy's stupid decision to do the Brighter Minds scam, amongst all these other things, right? Some people, it's the way he treated Chargy. Some people, it's the Brighter Minds scam. Some people, it's the RSS and the religious thing. There's a European person who somehow their comment got through on one of the Heartfulness videos that was slamming Dodgy for the RSS. And Dodgy, all he said was, people are asking why join with the RSS, and then he said, why not? That was his explanation. You can't, that's not a leader. That's not a person who's, not even just a regular leader and any kind of a leader. You have to be transparent. A lack of transparency, but also how you deal with opposition and criticism. And we know how they deal with it. They censor it, they bully, they gaslight, they even threaten, according to some people. The other thing is, if you're going to be on the internet, you're going to get criticism. There's hostility on the internet. We all deal with it. And all the other masters, the other masters before, people tried to steal their powers, threaten them, not just threaten them, but, try to kill them. Babaji's own family tried to delegitimize Chargy's mastery, right? All these things. All these things that happen, which we know about. And that's part of it. Criticism and opposition is a part of life. And Dodgy, if he wants to have a presence on YouTube, he has to deal with criticism. And he has to answer the critics to some extent when they're about his decision-making and people within the mission. And the way they've dealt with this is to just make it people who are questioning Dodgy's decision, make it their fault and come down on them and ostracize them, which, again, is forceful, which is a system without force, the forceless force. And I've discussed this in the past. But this is a great example of it. These people left these comments because they're not just attacking me; they're attacking anybody who dares to question Daji's, stupidity and his bad decision making, and his outright corruption and things like this, right? And there are thousands of sincere Abhyasis that believe all these things, about Daji. They have questions, or at least they have questions about his behavior, and he's handling it inappropriately. And so at the very least, these people are unenthusiastic about his mastery, but many have left the mission or want to leave or just waiting for the, hopefully that it'll change or something. I mean, that was what might be Master's son might be waiting to, make sure that the system reincorporates his dad after Daji's gone because Daji's personal feelings towards him. Whatever it is, right? But these are legitimate questions. Answer the legitimate questions. If you're going to come here and you're going to be a Daji, whatever it is, cult member, answer these questions because you can't. There's no legitimate explanation. That's why my videos exist. Because Daji can't explain his way out of this thing, right? The decisions he's made, I mean, particularly the stuff, the way he's treated Master Chargy. But, any of it. There's no, a spiritual master doesn't behave this way. A spiritual master has to be held to the highest standard. And like I said, and I've been saying for years, if he said, all right, I screwed up, I've been a failure, and he came out and begged for forgiveness, that would be great, but it wouldn't fix the situation because a spiritual master doesn't make these kind of decisions. And so admitting to it would, maybe some people would say, all right, that's great, you can still be my master or whatever, but the majority of people like, well, dude, you were so bad. I mean, the level of corruption and the level of failure here, he can't even admit to it, right? And so all he can do is what cult leaders do and try to suppress and make everybody else suffer for his mistakes, which is the opposite of a master. And they get stupid people like these people leave comments, to attack me or whoever else. And it's not even really personal attacks, right? It's just boilerplate. Oh, you're jealous. Oh, you're full of hate. All these things. Well, did you read my condition and see that there's hate in the condition and it's all generated by hate? What are you talking about? I could have made these videos 2 years ago. In fact, I pulled the videos with Daji's name in them when I didn't like being a part of the whole thing, right? I didn't like either side, but particularly Daji's side. But both sides, I didn't like being in the middle. People are making memes and using my name in the memes, right? Saying, why isn't Kamlesh answering Paul's questions and things and sending the memes out without my permission? Things like that. I didn't want any part of it. I don't like to be the center of anything. That was 2022. And for a whole year, I've known about all these things. And it's been kind of niggling at me to, make these things public. But in terms of, my ego, in terms of my what's best for Paul, what's best for me, I didn't want to do it, right? It's just a hassle. It takes away from my other videos, which it has. I've been neglecting my normal videos and things. And, you guys keep on making it worse. Like I would have just posted those videos and put them up and I would have walked away and forgot about them like I do. And they would have been there and it always would have been there, but that's the internet and you're going to get some pushback. There's dissension out there. There's people who are upset about this thing. And it's not going away. And so by suppressing it, by censoring me, by showing up and making comments like this, there's a whole nother video. There's another hour-long video that I wasn't planning to make today. And I read that comment last night before I went to bed, and there was a second comment. And the comments are stupid. The comments aren't going to win anybody over. It makes you look like you're in a cult. These are comments cult followers, where they blame somebody who asks legitimate questions. And people can see it, right? I mean, the ones that are matter, like not the ones that are just indoctrinated into the cult of Daji, right? But, he has to answer for his actions just like everybody else does, right? No leader of an organization should be held unaccountable. And when you ask legitimate questions, Chargy answered legitimate questions all the time. There's an Abhyasi who was struggling with the behavior of, he's American, one of the preceptors in my original center. And he had a place at Garden of Hearts, and he had so many bad interactions with fellow Abhyasis. Some of them took advantage of him financially and screwed him over. And then he questioned some of the decisions Chargy made. He wrote an article for Constant Remembrance, something like, the waiting room. That you don't judge the doctor by the waiting room, which was a Chargy saying, because of the patients that are there, right? You judge the doctor by his quality of his work. But he went and sat down with Chargy, and Chargy answered all of his questions and explained everything. It still wasn't enough for the guy. The guy quit. He was angry. I mean, I don't know what happened, but he was really angry at the organization, all these things. And I'm not. I'm disgusted by people who claim to love Chargy. That's like my biggest feeling is, and Dodgy included, is how you guys claim to love Chargy and do him like the way he's being done here, destroying his legacy. I mean, it's just, if you won't do it for Chargy, and after all the work he did for you, then who will you be loyal to? Like, who will you stand up for? Who will you fight for, right? Like, if you're not going to do it for Chargy, who would you fight? I mean, so it's depressing, right? Like, I can't think about it. I mean, all these Abiyasis that did all this work and donated all this money and participated and, tried to spend every second they could with Chargy, and then allow him to be, disrespected the way Dodgy's disrespected him, and even defending Dodgy and criticizing people who, I mean, it's despicable. Like, I can't, humanity's lost. If you guys are so-called spiritual people, and that's the way you handle this, I mean, it's just horrible. I mean, that's, my emotional feelings that's what I feel, disgust. And, and what I attune to it, because I don't want to feel disgusted all day. Like, just because other people suck, right? Why should I feel bad? But, I mean, when I think about it, that's what I feel when I see these things. It's more the Abiyasis than Dodgy. Of course, Dodgy's part of that, because Dodgy got more from Chargy than anybody. Like, he would disrespect and be so ungrateful. The ingratitude. This is about ingratitude. You guys are all ungrateful for what Chargy did for you. And it's like, it's not for me to judge, but it's there, and everybody can see it. And it's hard to see. And so that's what I feel. It's not hatred. It's not any of these things, because it can't be fixed, right? And it's just what it is. It's the truth. And this idea also, Maxim 7. I mean, if you're following Maxim 7, be not revengeful for the wrongs done by others. Take them with gratitude as heavenly gifts. And then I read the, Babaji's description of that maxim. Well, then, where's that? Like, if you guys are Abiyasis, where's that, right? That's a part of it. Of course, miseries is divine blessings, Maxim 5, all these things. But those things are gone by the wayside. Everything's about wellness and happiness and comforts and profit. And Dodgy has the audacity to rewrite the maxims. Like he did that his first year, second year. And so, the whole thing's a joke. Okay, so today has been a very weird day. I somehow got signed out of Facebook. I went through a whole thing with that, only to search it and find out that Facebook, Instagram are down. Some YouTubers, I mean, in terms of some users, lots of people for Facebook and Instagram, and also YouTube and WhatsApp and Twitter. So there's some kind of major hack going on. Started off to be a very nice, it's Tuesday, March 4th here, usually kind of wintry, but it was 70-something degrees yesterday, and it was beautiful this morning. Now it's pouring rain with thunder, which always is auspicious. And I was in the middle of making a video, and I realized by Instagram some of the messages I was getting to. I get a lot of links and things, websites from people to cover in my videos. So I'm going to, it seems like that's working now, but I'm going to just give it a few minutes and then see if the Facebook thing, it's a whole thing. So anyways, during that period of time, I have gotten rid of all my Sage Mark stuff on one email address, but it was still there. I was still getting it on another email address I'm not using as much, or wasn't using it at all, but now I'm using it again. And so that happened. And there was a message that came in on March 4th from India. So really, basically, I received it just a few hours ago. And after all that I've talked about the Brighter Minds scam, I mean, I feel like this has to do with me. Invitation to be trained as Brighter Minds volunteer facilitator for New Schools Initiative. You might hear the rain in the background. It's really pouring now. Dear sisters and brothers, we are launching a new initiative, Brighter Minds Schools, to reach millions of children around the country from rural schools to private institutions. Daji often says, this is what Daji often says: Brighter Minds is an initiative and disruptive method to help children develop self-reliance and confidence. It is a bridge to the Heartfulness movement. Of course it is. It's a scam, and Heartfulness is a scam. So this is what he often says. I mean, this is what these clowns are rolling out here. Brighter Minds is an initiative and disruptive method, right? This new term of being a disruptor. And there's nothing disruptive about it. It's a scam. I mean, if it was real, it's not disruptive. They're just putting that in there. So this is a quote they came up with to describe Brighter Minds. And they say, Daji often says this: Brighter Minds is an initiative and disruptive method to help children develop self-reliance and confidence. Well, they look through blindfolds and lie about it. So you're teaching them to be deceptive and lies and feel like a fraud, which is all the things you don't want to teach kids. It is a bridge to the Heartfulness movement. And then it says here, and of course it is, because Heartfulness is a scam. Practical experience in this field shows that children are able to enhance their cognitive abilities like focus, observation, comprehension, as well as empathy, memory, and intuitive skills. Those brothers and sisters keen to join hands to expand the wonderful program and create a better future for children may register at brighterminds.school, whatever it is. The basic qualifications required to become a facilitator: Abhyasi, practicing heartfulness meditation daily, loves to work with children and help them acquire new skills, curious to learn new things and do experiments, and be willing to be a lying piece of shit. All those, that was I added that. All who fulfill these criteria are welcome to participate as volunteers in this joyous program to help children. With heartful regards, Brighter Minds team. Okay, so let's go through it here. I covered this extensively in the video that now has all this copyrighted material, so I can't show it to you. And I've covered it in the past. But I don't need to show you all the images and clips and things to just tell the story, right? And so, I mean, I've told this story enough, and you guys probably heard it a lot, but let me just tell the story again, because this is a reaction. And so I have made videos, and they've taken down those videos exposing the Brighter Minds scam, and then asking Daji to answer legitimate questions and saying, are you a man of science? You buried a report that you commissioned. I mean, that's one of my videos, right? But to start off with, the Brighter Minds is really the midbrain activation scam, which you can search for. And it was around since 2010 or 11, and Daji found out about it in 2015, and multiple organizations had used it as a money-making scheme to also build credibility in their brand and stand out, right? It was something that, helped them stand out in some way. But they were all getting out of the midbrain activation scam business because the jig was up. This guy, this Rationalist Society guy, was exposing it to be a fraud in other people. And there was videos and articles, news articles about this being a fraudulent system. And that's when Daji got into it. And it's important to note that Daji didn't think about this himself. It didn't come from Babaji and some whispers of the brighter world type of situation. It didn't come from Abhyasis. It existed in fraudulent pseudo-spiritual scam organizations, including one, according to the guy I call the Daji Truther. There was one guy who he had to flee the country because he sort of married like a 10-year-old, 11, 12-year-old girl or something. So he was a pedo, and he was a criminal, and he did this scam, and then he had to flee the country. So disreputable people are associated with it. And then Daji, his lack of imagination, because he doesn't think of anything. Like, he didn't think of the term heartfulness. He farmed that out and had Abhyasis come up with different names. And, these other things. Right? Almost all the things that Daji's done are things that other people have come up with. And this scam is one of them. And so Daji gets into the business in 2015 or 15. There's a kid, this is the story that was told to the doctor who exposed this, Abhyasi doctor. And I heard this from various sources. And that kid still goes up and he does a recent presentation. He's now in his 20s. But this was a kid who was known by my family. I've said this over and over again. My kids hung out with him, and he was a good storyteller, and he was a kind of a BSer, right? He embellished his stories, and he had that kind of personality. And he showed Daji, and they're from the same. His family's from Gujarati, so they're the same cat. They're the same, they're in the same sort of clan, right? And the kids showed Daji the demonstration of him reading with his feet, a little letter. And Daji was so impressed that he bought into this hook, line, and sinker. And he started to tell everyone about it. And and what I think is, I don't know what happened with him. I didn't know if he knew if it was a scam from the beginning, but he was so desperate to stand out. Like, he was doing all these initiatives. He was so desperate to stand out in some way. Like my kids, my son, who was around this kid's age, I was talking to him about this, and he said, yeah, we all knew he was doing this. And I go, did you believe it? He goes, nobody did. It was this kid. No one believed, this kid had no credibility. He was a BSer, right? But Daji fell for it. And then he commissioned Abiasi's, I think after he learned it was a scam, or maybe he was embarrassed, whatever. But he brought some kids over to Madame Malin in France, and pressured her to cough up a message from Babaji endorsing this thing. And Babaji gave this very non-committal semi-endorsement of it, but it's clearly pressured. I documented all this in the video, and all the Daji putting all this effort into it. Then he took people who are doctors and scientists and asked them to do research on this, confirming how great it was. But again, it didn't come from him or anybody in Saj Marg. It's a pre-existing scam. And and back then when this report was commissioned, there was one doctor who later contacted me, and he was really upset by everything that happened. And he brought up the word cult. He felt like he was in a cult because he did real scientific research. This was a person who was a prominent doctor with in a community in America, and he couldn't, go out and lie about this, and his reputation and his everything. Daji was putting his reputation, everything at risk. All these people. I mean, I've told this story before. You've probably heard it numerous times. But, it bears repeating because they keep on doing these stupid things, and, my videos got censored. And so the doctor eventually reached out to me, and he didn't find one kid, including the original kid, who could see when he used the eye patches, which is what the Naranja Narank guy from the Indian Rationalist Society did when he exposed this to be a fraud. And then they started to realize that this had been a scam, so they changed the name from midbrain activation, but it's the same scam. You can look at the two scams; they're exactly the same. It's kids ages 5 to 15, and they do these, this whole hemisphere thing. That's what's meant by the midbrain activation, is the links between the two hemispheres, which are supposed to be established by doing some hand exercises and, whatever it is, right? We've seen it. And they knew that the midbrain activation scam had been called out, so they changed it to neuroplasticity. And then they got exposed, on the Millionaire Show. A girl was pretending to read through a blindfold, peeking through the blindfold. And the Rationalist Society got that clip pulled. Apology was given by the news station. I mean, it's a known scam. And, I made videos about it in 2022. People were asking questions and being intimidated in the mission. And Daji just expected everyone to fall on their sword and go along with it and go down with him. And he had people quit good paying jobs to franchise this thing. And now preceptors are talking about it to new people and turning them off. Some guy wrote a comment saying he went to a preceptor, and the person was telling him about this stuff and other things, right? Brutal stuff. And so it's a known scam. Like, everything that I said is, it's in story form, and maybe there are a few details that are off, but it's basically factual. It's the stories I've been told by various people, so it's coming secondhand, but this is the scam. And it works, but I've told about how it works. But it's a scam, right? And so all these people are very upset about it. Like, there's lots of people, this is really a bummer for them. For me, it's just one of many things. It's one of many Daji's failures and betrayals. not only to, more to himself than anybody else, but to God and the masters and all of us and humanity. And for him to constantly expect everyone, because of his stupidity and his bad decision making, to go along with this scam and take, the reputation of the previous masters and the organization down with them. And, to do whatever they can, like criminals, to suppress the truth about it. And all of us who are Abhyasis, or, I used to be, I'm still an Abhyasi Asaj Marg. I'm not whatever they call the heartfulness people, right? I'm not a follower of Daji. I'm not a part of the Daji, cult. But all these people that are, Saj Marg people, and they're at their wits' end over this thing, and he keeps on throwing it in our faces, it just creates more and more, bad blood or whatever it is, right? More and more negativity. And I release these videos that talk about this, and there's ways that he could actually, be a stand-up guy and say, where does this come from? Answer these questions, Daji. Where did this come from? Who invented it? Like it's something you're endorsing and saying it's a part of the Saj Marg heartfulness way, or heartfulness, not Saj Marg. You're saying it's a part of heartfulness. Well, where did it come from? Who invented it? What is its origins? Where's the scientific data that these guys produced to show that these kids could do these tricks? What they always say is watch the demonstration. Like the demonstration looks goofy. Like anybody with half a brain goes, oh, they're looking through the blindfold. Or there's some other way. They're scamming it. It's like a magic trick, right? So it's like a parlor trick. Like it's not impressive. It's a goof, right? And he's a goof. And so first of all, Daji, and I said this in another video. I think that video's been deleted. The second thing is there's a commissioned report that you asked this guy to look into it, a doctor. He sent you the report. Why have you buried the report? Why won't you release the report? And will you release the report so everyone can see that it's been disproven, and it's been disproven in other forms by this guy, Naranja Narank. And why don't you go to that guy? Because that guy's offering money. And why don't you have that guy test it out? A third person who isn't, a part of your cult, and have the guy look at it. And, if he sees through it and he can prove that these kids can't do what you're saying they could do, and then interview the kids, have him interview the kids separately and have them talk about, what they're doing here. Because it would be good for them because they're lying, right? They're cheating and lying, and you're teaching them to do that. And so those are all the things. Where did it come from? Where's the science to back it? Third-party testing, releasing the report that you already had, and just come clean on the thing. Like, be transparent. That would be being transparent. But he can't do that because then it would come out that it's a fraud and he's a fraud. And so instead, they just keep on beating the drum here, even though they all know it's a fraud. This is a lie. This is a lie that's being put out there. And call it disruptive. It's a scam. We're disruptors. No, you're not. You're scammers. Okay, I just have one more thing to add to this. This isn't okay. That's the big thing. Like if you're a person who's a businessman, you're surrounding Daji, you're one of these businessmen who, cut corners and do immoral things, and you want to be a part of the club, and you think the UN is okay and cool, and, it's okay to cheat and lie, and, if it's in the greater good to make money for the mission or whatever it is, right, to cover up embarrassment. Like, you're someone who's been morally compromised in terms of your belief system. And, outside of the spiritual world, people lie and cheat and cut corners. And, that's, given the evil I've seen out in the world and working as a counselor with sex offenders and the, stories that they told of their, family situation and, just the criminal element and all the things I cover on a daily basis on my YouTube channel, it's just, a cesspit out there. I'm not a rule person, and I'm not I understand about, I grade on a curve, right? Like in terms of my own whatever. I know how hard it is to live in planet Earth right now. I'm not a perfectionist or an OCD person, rigid about rules or whatever. And, I'm understanding given the nature of the world as it is, right? But when you're a spiritual master, a part of a spiritual organization as pure as Saj Marg is, you can't make a screw up like this. You can't invest in something like this. It was a bad idea from the beginning. Even if it worked, it it embarrassed. It's so parlor tricky. It's so carnival-y, that it was a bad idea. Like, it just looks goofy with kids walking around with blindfolds. Anything with blindfolds on, what are you trying to do here, right? I mean, what are you trying to? And it has nothing to do with Saj Mark. It has nothing to do with Saj Mark. And so you have these kids performing tricks, and you think it's impressive, but it's not. Like, not for a spiritual organization. It has nothing to do with the subtle energy in the Saj Mark system. And so it's a mistake you just can't make. It's not okay. It just excludes you from being a master. And in our system, you're supposed to test the master, especially new people. But just because he was endorsed by Chargy, he still had to live up to that standard, and he hasn't. And those of us calling him out on it, it's all just not all the scams. It's all the stuff I've listed. But just this thing alone is not okay. I mean by not okay, you can't do something like this. It can't. It's intolerable, and it can't be. This idea that everyone else is supposed to turn a blind eye and not question him because he's the master, and go along with it and lie about it, and enroll your kids in brighter minds and have your kids learn to lie and cheat, all because Kamlesh is embarrassed. You just can't do this, right? It's a deal breaker. It's across the line. You can't do it. You just can't frickin' do this, right? And you did it, and you keep on doing it, right? And now that there's those of us in the mission that know and are saying, look, you can't do this thing. At the very least, just stop doing it. I mean, that's not going to fix this, and you're not going to win us back, but stop endorsing it. But you keep on doubling and tripling down. It's a lie. It's a scam, and you're just a bad person. Everyone who's associated with this are perpetrating this fraud, and it's not good for kids. And it doesn't, you're robbing people of their money and their faith in the system. People have quit this system because of you. People have lost faith in the previous masters because of you. The kid who told me about this, I believe he's in his 20s, he lost faith in all the masters. He quit the system completely. He believes that transmission is just there, and these guys are all scam artists because of what Daji did and the way he was treated by the organization, and all of it. He's lost faith in Babaji and Chargy. He thinks the whole thing's, like you can just connect a transmission on your own. Other people, I'm sure, are going to take that route. Like, this is the damage that you've done by this epic failure, Daji and the people around him. And stop attacking people. Stop acting like you're victims. Stop acting like everyone else is just supposed to fall in line. You fucked up, right? This isn't on any of us. It's a major one. And there's, and it's just a series of ones. And it's discredited the whole organization. And the organization is never going anywhere good because of this. It's just a organizational killer. Like I said, it's a cult now. And there's no reformed cults. There are no, this used to be a cult, but it's okay now. It's a cult now. You've got a cult on your hands, right? It's a cult, and, whether I say it or other people say it, it's there, and people are going to see it. It's already been said so many times. It's a cult, and, and you guys created a cult out of something that was pure and spiritual, and we're not happy about it. Like, you were giving stewardship over this thing, Daji, and, the people around you, and you wrecked it. You wrecked it. Something that didn't belong to you. It belonged to all of us. And the Brighter Minds is, one of the key components to, a fundamental building block to the Gratefullness cult. Okay, so I got so busy and involved in my computer stuff, I didn't realize I had this incompleted journey series. And so in this next audio, I'm going to say this is the introduction to the, to the 142nd, but I already had done that, which you guys had already heard here. And I'm going to play that, and then I think I'm going to include the, my coverage of the, debacle that Daji's doing with the Mahotsav thing. But anyways, here's the audio. Okay, greetings, brothers and sisters. This is the introduction to the Journey series number 100, and I believe 42. And also I'm going to make this a standalone video in terms of the, the channel where I don't know, I can't ever remember the channel. Exposing the Heartfulness Cult Dodgy Fraud Scam with money sign. I originally made this audio yesterday, but I'm going to redo it here. And this global Mahotsav thing is going to happen, I guess, in a couple days. And I'll cover that in this video at the end for the exposing dodgy channel. And then I don't know if I'll put it in the journey series. I don't know. We'll see what happens with that. But to start off with, there are things in life where you end up playing a role. And, I've learned just to embrace the role and be able to recognize, all right, this is supposed to happen. And the things that I'm doing now with Daji and Heartfulness, it's obvious by the events that unfolded that this is what I was supposed to do, right? The sort of having an investigative type of truth-seeking personality that has been cultivated and honed through being a preceptor, from being a counselor, having going through a counseling program and doing counseling, doing assessment measures, and being able to read and assess people and situations, and then ultimately doing the YouTube channels that I do. That wasn't an accident, right? And then the events, the experiences I had with Daji, many of them good in the beginning, and seeing him as, a very spiritual person, a good preceptor, and then watching him fall, and then reading all the books and literature and being familiar with the Sajmarg teachings the way I am, and being into Sajmarg the way it is, the way it all unfolded. And then the experiences I had with him personally that were bad, things where getting kicked out of a gathering because I brought a kid, I brought my children to it, or at least one that was too young. And then him reversing that policy because he's just stupid and makes bad decisions. And he was rushing in to change everything like he knew better because he didn't respect Charji. And because of that, he didn't, Charji said, take your time and think things through multiple times before you make a decision. He just came in his first year, which everybody knows if you're a new boss, if you come in and make sweeping changes, especially if those changes aren't good. Especially if those changes aren't, if they're good changes, it's hard for people to accept. And you have to do it. You have to be transparent. You have to communicate really well, explain things. And oftentimes if you do that, people will understand. And at least the ones that are, thoughtful. But if you go in there and you're a poor communicator, it's not only that he made bad decisions, but he didn't sell these decisions. And he's consistently done that, made bad decisions, whether it be the Brighter Mind scam and these things. And so, all the things that I've experienced in my life, and then all the things I've experienced with Daji and the Sajmarg system, and, all the things that unfolded the way they did. The events unfolded in a certain, timely fashion for me to do this stuff that I'm doing, to play this role. And whether people in the Heartfulness organization want to look at me as a villain, or whatever it is, right? Whatever, and then also being ostracized and things. There's so many things that I could explain here that I have in my journey series. And I've told this story here on, both channels. And I recently republished some of the old narratives and, things I went through with my ex and Daji and all these things. But it just lined up. There's no mistakes here, right? It's part of a plan that I would play this role. And that there needs to be a resistance. There's always, when you use force, there's always a counter force, right? When someone is, does something that, disturbs sort of the harmony in the universe, when you force yourself on something or some situation or whatever, you use force, there's always a rebound or counter force. This is Sajmarg 101. Like using the forceless force, there's no reaction, right? Like there's a tool. One of the chiropractors I went to had this tool. They didn't do like regular chiropractic adjustments because when you force something, it usually pushes back, right? Your muscles and things. And that's why chiropractors work, but also, there's going to be a counter force, a reaction in your body. And so they had a machine to, your atlas is like at the base of your skull. And they had this machine that sent out a subtle vibration to move the atlas, right? And it seemed to work. Like, I don't know. But it was, the principle behind it was very Assange Marguerite principle, where you're using the least amount of force or no force at all. Babaji said this is the only system without any force in it. And Daji's forced himself on everybody. His faulty views, his, whatever, this thing he's doing with the Mahotsav, right? It's just one failure after another because he's not aligned with the essence of the system. He's taken it in his own, egotistical direction. And it isn't his to ruin, right? Just because he was made president doesn't mean that he gets to ruin the system that is so important to so many of us in the future of humanity, and it isn't his system. I had this dream last night, and there was a celebrity. I'm not sure who it was, but somebody was crying, and I gave the person a hug, and I transmitted. Had this idea that transmission's flowing into the person. The person felt it. The person was like really like wrecked in some way, suicidal. And the person said to me, "You should sell this, right? You should monetize this." And I said, "Well, it's not mine to sell, right?" And that's probably the best explanation that this system is kind of. I had a really good day yesterday. I've been working on this pond water garden forever, and it leaks, and I, was redoing it, and like I had a lot of work to do. I had to catch all the fish and frogs. There was 5 frogs and, like 40 fish or something like that, right? And I had to catch all the frogs and the fish and it was a whole thing. And, moose, all these rocks that are around the outside and, this heavy pond liner my son and I had to put in and do all that, and I had to, I made my video in the morning and I went out and did this work, and it was like I would start off kind of with a little bit of a headache and things like this, and it was a big day of physical work, and I'm moving everything over on my computer, ready to migrate it over, and started with a new computer, fresh, and all these things. And all that stuff was kind of like coming to a head yesterday. And it's going to rain today. Yesterday was a beautiful day, 70 degrees. And, I didn't know whether I could get all that work done in one day and, move the fish back in. And I got most of it done, but I still have to fix some of the pond liner, which was, I made a little bit of a mistake on the thing, which I think I'd be able to fix. And, but I scrubbed out. I had to wash. The pond has a waterfall that has a creek that leads to a little pond area, which is, there was nymphs for. I've got video of the thing. I just haven't put something together, but there was nymphs of dragonfly nymphs, which I'd never seen before. And we get tadpoles, and we get all kinds of life. It's like all these weird water bugs and things I've never seen before. The nymph, the dragonfly is a water creature, and then it only flies for like a day or two to mate, and then it goes, so it's like not even but it has this kind of aggressive predatory nymph that you can see. And, I study the pond. I walk by it all the time when I take my dogs outside, and I look in the thing. There's, all these different frogs come and go, and just, studying the thing and just kind of, it's a little microcosm, but, as a whole, it's taken a lot of maintenance, and I've changed it like 3 or 4 times, and it's just, it's a whole thing. It's kind of like one of my artistic expressions, and I was, trying to fix it, and I want to get the thing settled in terms of like it retaining water, which has been an issue because of the creek and the whole thing. It's like it's a winding little creek, and whatever. And also the most the most time consuming dish I make is it's a combination of an old Indian dish my former family used to eat a lot and make, which is mung beans and paneer. It's a paneer is like an Indian cheese, and butter chicken is the thing I've added to it. So I make these 2 things, and I'm pretty good at cooking like quickly. Time consuming. Like I get it. I know things by memory, so I don't have to whatever. The butter chicken, I always listen. There's a video I have of a YouTube video I watched that recipe that I do. But I was making that it's a kind of time consuming dish on a day where I was just spending all this energy outside. But my health has gotten so much better, and there's a lot of things that I'm doing. And the nitric oxide boosting, I do breathing through my nose really quickly. It stimulates. If you hum, it produces nitric oxide, and I'm doing this sort of bunch of whatever it is. And then this Marcola thing. Marcola has been a part of my existence without me ever really being in contact with his website or, having any personal. My ex used to read his stuff. He's a big anti-booper, right? He's not, and I might talk about this today on my regular video. But he, I don't have, and my wife sends me stuff from him once in a while. But I haven't really had any personal contact with, in terms of my own, what I do on the internet. And, I don't subscribe to his stuff or anything like this. But YouTube recommended a video of his to boost nitric oxide, which is, essential for heart health and just a lot of things. And it's an exercise where you do 10 squats 4 times, and then you do 3 arm exercises, raising your arms above, it's just a thing. You can search the video for yourself. And Marcola has just come out and said that he's Jesus. At the same time I got this video. But I started doing the exercise, and I was like, it really helped me. I couldn't do the full 4 sets at once, even though it seemed like when I was younger. I view things from when I was an athlete in terms of exercises, not the way I am now. And I could only do 2 sets, and I got out of breath, and whatever it was. But I am now doing the regular 4 sets, and the squats and stuff have helped me, I think, strengthen my lower back. I do these other exercises to do that too, stretches and things. But anyways, I got through this day of work, and I made the food, and I was dealing with my computer and then getting all these things, I'm moving things, and I'm doing all this stuff, right? But anyways, I made dinner, and my wife usually works, a lot of times she works from home, but she had to work at the office because of, things that were available for her to work with there that she doesn't have here. And she was going to miss dinner, which almost never happens, so she was working really late. And I made this special dinner, and it's one that she likes particularly. And, I was tired, but I decided to surprise her and just drive it over there and, bring her some. And, it made her so happy. It just, she was so, touched by that. I mean, for me, it was, it was just the right thing to do, right? I had the time to do it, and, she was going to be home really late and all these things. And she didn't really even have time to take a break to go out and grab some food somewhere or whatever it was. And so, but like I said, it was just, it was a moving moment for her. But, it was just the right thing to do. And, years and years ago, my ex got sick, and I started to cook most of the meals. She was, wanted to be a stay-at-home mom, homeschooling mom, and these other things, but just constantly sick, constant drama, whatever it was. And, I'd worked in restaurants, and, I picked things up over time. And so, I had been cooking the meals for the family, and then, my ex left, so I just continued doing that. And then I remarried, and since I'm home all the time, I do this for a living. I very seldom go out, so I can cook all the meals, right? And I continue to do that. I'm better at cooking than cleaning up, in terms of shared labor, because I just am. That's, I'm good at making messes more than cleaning them up. But it's just something that I fell into, right? It's just the way it worked out. And like I said, because I, waited tables, I took a home ec class when I was in high school. And weirdly enough, it was like 80% boys in that class. And it was one of the funner classes I took. And I made apple fritters, and, I learned to make food when I was in high school. Like I learned to make omelets and salads and some of these other things. And some of these things I learned from this home ec class. And then I lived in apartments for years, and like I said, I worked at restaurants and whatever it was. And some of the places had tableside cooking and things, and I just picked things up. And so now I can just watch a recipe online and cook it. Whatever it is. I started baking recently, making rolls, which has been kind of a big deal, because you just couldn't find good quality. The things I make are going to have better ingredients in them. And even though it takes time to make it, just if you factor in the time to go out to eat and all these things and the cost of it, and then it's not, the food isn't, it's hard to find healthy restaurants. And, I worked in restaurants, and I know the kind of energy that's in the kitchen, the stress level, and whereas you can put a higher vibration, more loving energy into the food when you do it yourself, right? And so, it's just something like a role that I fell into. And these other roles, doing the stuff I do on YouTube, and, these things just develop. And then you have this role that you play. And there's all these various roles that you end up playing. And I've learned to see that they're not accidental, like it's just supposed to happen. And so I've learned to embrace it, right? Just, lean into it. And, the stuff with Daji and Heartfulness, like somebody had to do it. There was a vacuum there. And there's no one else. Like there's people doing things like the Daji Truther and, these whatever people doing, whatever, right? In India, and, there's some people that are, I don't know, engaged in some kind of legal battle with Daji over the mission. I'm not even sure all about that. There are people doing whatever. There's going to be pushback. It's certainly, I'm not the resistance, but it's, like I am the person with the microphone, right? And the ability to tell stories and express things. And, I look at these things that unfolded as not being an accident. Like, all things are part of a plan. And so it isn't, this is something that had to happen. There's an illusion of choice. Like you can like this Mission Impossible, where it says if you choose to accept this mission, right? But when you're working for God, there's no choosing. You just do what you're supposed to do. And there's not any real, like, orders that come. Like, you just know what you're supposed to do, and you do it. You play the role you're supposed to play, right? For good or for bad, like, you just find out what you're supposed to do, and you do it. Like, it just has to be done because it has to be done. And there are enough things that happen from, these preceptors spying on me to people showing up and telling me stories to, Daji doing the Brighter Mind scam. I mean, it's, he's made it easy for me. Like, if he was at least a little bit slicker, if they're a little bit more subtle, if they weren't so sucky, Daji and the people around him. I mean, they suck so bad. Like, he's such a drop-off from Chargy in his presentation. And then the bad decisions, the RSS, all of it, everything that he does, it's just obvious that the guy's not a master, and he's fallen and he sucks at his job, right? He's failed at his job of president, but he's playing his role. Like, this was something that he was going to do. That's why I don't get all upset about it, because, if I'm accepting I'm playing my role, then I accept other people are playing theirs. And this is the role they're going to play. And like I said before, one of the good things about these recent videos, for me, in terms of my understanding of the whole situation, is I realized because of the structure of the human nature, the way human beings are right now, that this was going to happen, right? Like there was no stopping this from happening, because there was no solution to the problem with people. There's a level of corruption in India, a level of just, the corruption's everywhere. The Indian bureaucracy and corruption is unique, and at least in terms of what I've seen in the world. It exists in all places. They have their scams and their corruption. But India has this unique aspect. And one of the things that's unique with them is the guru market. The way that gurus see, India doesn't kill their saints. They honor spiritual people, which is great. But people are sucky and will exploit that, right? In other countries, and certainly in Europe and America, someone becomes spiritual and starts telling the truth, and they, beat the crap out of the guy and murder him or whatever. Or, woman, it's a lesser case because, I mean, it's almost like it's even worse for a woman. Like the women's saints are, I mean, it's bad for men, but, it's even worse for a woman. But India embraces their saints, and they've had, all the saints pass through there, and it's like the spiritual capital of the world. But because of that, and the corruption and the kind of low vibration that's there, and the materiality and all of it, there's lots of scammers, and people see religion is the best business. It's like tourism, right? Tourism is like free money, but religion's like tourism. It's like gambling, but it's tax-free. I mean, it's, even in America, it's tax-free. And there's been evil people, dark side people there in India who have had their eye on Saj Mark since the beginning. And so it was inevitable. This was the inevitable end. Charji fought it off. Babaji, whatever he did, he didn't have that many people, but, still people were trying to take his spiritual powers, and they, tried to thwart Charji's succession. And so there really wasn't much of anything there stopping them once Charji passed away. And there was already a tendency towards degradation, right? So the conservative Indian businessmen they couldn't wait to, get their evil hands on this and make it part of the UN, and, all these things that are important to them, and all these institutions they think are so great. And, some of these guys, like I said, every celebrity that comes through there, every person of prominence, they make sure they get a picture and post it on social media. It's like anti-spiritual. And this thing where they're trying to bring in all these organizations, the purity of the Sajmark system, you only need the best system, right? Like, if one food is your favorite food, like it's just better, and you don't want anything else, but they bring in all these other things that you don't want, right? Like whatever it is, like there's, a festival of artists of music, but you only really care about the one. Like the one is enough to bring you. And for each of these organizations, they have people. Well, I'll talk about that when I talk about this thing. I guess I'll repeat it, but they all have a group of people that are. Some of them are really into it. Some of them are only partially into it. And the ones that are really into it, they're going to show up at this gathering of these they're just in it for their thing, right? They're not shopping for something else. And so there's no real coming together, because there's different methodologies, right? And you're not supposed to mix them. You find this even with medicines and, even a food culture. Your digestion is, we have too much of a smorgasbord here in America. That's why people have issues with all these different types of foods, right? And a lot of them are great, but, you got to have like a kind of a central diet, right? With some staples and things that your body gets used to processing and things. But people are all over the place in what they eat. It's because of the many, Americans, ones who grow up in America and have this smorgasbord of multicultural food, which is a wonderful thing, but it's also, your body's just has to adapt to all these new things all the time, right? Whereas if you have regional food, things that grow in your area, and you have a very stable diet, it might not be exciting, but your body it's better for your system, right? So all these things. And so you had these guys that couldn't wait to get their greedy little fingers into the system and push their, things that they thought are, materialistic things. They didn't embrace the Sajmark system in its purity. And there were, if that was it, that'd be one thing. But there were the liberal people. There were all these boomer hippies from Europe and America who never believed in the conservative nature and the, teachings of Charji about discipline. And they are very liberal, and they're into politics, and they hate Trump, the ones in America. And they were pushing their agenda. Like as soon as Charji died, and they were going against, and like this one guy, this guy showed up, and these preceptors, these local preceptors that spied on me, which was, I mean, it was just part of the whole, the way the thing worked out, right? That experience, I mean, it was kind of a horrible experience because to me it was like the end of any kind of trust that you could have in the organization when people were working you for your data. But that guy showed up who also had a bad experience with these preceptors. It was ostracized because he asked Chargy about these world events, and Chargy was in the end of his life, and he was just saying things. Like there's a few speeches I still have in DVD. Some of them are, I hope somebody has them somewhere. But these speeches he gave in 2009 and 10, his last kind of work that he was able to do. They don't exist in the internet. They might even get community guidelines things because some of the things he says about the gay people and things like this, gay marriage, and some of the things that are wouldn't be acceptable to the liberal culture. But he doesn't say it with any hate or anything like that because he was a hateful person. But he talks about in terms of spirituality and whatever. And this guy, heard these things from Chargy, and Chargy predicted all these things are going to happen. He said that culturally and morally, things are going to break down. And he got kicked out of the satsang for this preceptors, and the husband, who's like the weaker of the two people, the wife is the driving force. She's like henpecking him or whatever. Takes him out to lunch, and they had been friends. They're both business owners, and they had been friends, right? And the guy lectures him and tells him how wrong it is, and tells him how the liberal agenda is right, and how Chargy was wrong. And it was clear to me that people didn't accept the teachings, right? Like I knew all along the masters knew more. But what I was saying about my dream, even for the masters, the transmission isn't theirs. It flows through you, and it has a life of its own. Chargy used to get himself ready and prepared before giving a satsang an hour ahead of time, because it was like a living thing that was going to go through him, like a etheric energy, and it had its own purpose, right? And get attuned with what that was. And so that's what it would take to be really a good preceptor in the system. It's not about what you think, what your belief systems are, or what you think should happen. It's it's what's supposed to happen spiritually, and you're supposed to adapt and attune to it, and ultimately be grateful for it as it unfolds, right? But I can see now that all these people had an agenda. They all thought they knew more than the master. They all had their their different things that they want to do. They want to all put their spin on it, right? The system. They all wanted to add their little thing to it or subtract their things that they didn't like, and they wanted to, whatever. They thought they knew more. And that's so evident right now. And that's why so many of them have folded into the whole dodgy thing, because as goofy as the things he does, these other people are just running amok. Like everyone's doing whatever they want to do. As preceptors, they're saying what they want to say. There's no discipline. There's no, there's no quality control. There's no anything. Chargy micromanaged things, which is which is something I don't think is a good thing. But he had no choice. There was no other. That's all he could do, right? And so, it's the only way that the system would hold together. And eventually, that couldn't be done forever. I mean, he was going to get old like he did, and then the mission was going to grow too big for him to do that. And so, you have a dodgy, right? Like that's what happens, and that's what happened to all these spiritual organizations. But the essence of the thing can stay alive, and there'll be motivated people in the future when things break down, when people don't feel so comfortable and so safe in their little worldly, their little belief systems and, their little cultures and whatever, their lifestyles, when they're shook and rattled and they're desperate to survive and they're worried about, just, survival as opposed to, being indulgent and being, whatever. And this happens to people like someone gets diagnosed with cancer, or somebody has a heart attack, or, has a near-death experience, or someone in their family dies. There's these moments where people open up to the greater good, where they release their beliefs. They can transcend their own beliefs and go to a higher state of consciousness. But right now it's just everything's against that. And so in the future, as things break down, the Sajmark system will be there. I mean, this is what I'm hoping. I have faith in this, at least in the possibility of this. When people know that we collectively screwed up and we're dealing with the consequences of bad behavior. And, like Babji said, the punishment for such a conceit will come as hard as it can, right? Which I thought was an interesting way to look at it. Like there's not going to be any reprieve. Like we're going to get the full reaction. Like it's not going to be lessened in some way. So I've accepted all that, right? The thing that bothers me, I don't want to say bothers me, whatever, that I have some sort of reaction to is, these people who claim to love Charji. Like I said, I've said it over and over in these videos. Like that's the thing. They claim to love him, and there's just no loyalty. It's bad. I mean, it's just really bad. I mean, I should have seen it coming, but it's shocking. Like, and also that people didn't really love the system. I mean, the teachings that Charji gave, and a lot of things I didn't know about or didn't have opinion on, or if I did, I didn't agree with. And maybe I couldn't even embrace it or incorporate it into my own life, right? It was, I agreed with it and it seemed like the right thing to do. It was beyond my ability to do it, right? But the majority of things I've been able to adapt to. And, with the whispers messages and then the other teachings, I've been able to prove them right. Like I've been able to, through my own experience and my own research, again, not challenging them, but not accepting them and just doing my own research on things. And we're accepting them in principle, but saying, I don't have an experience of that. And then I would get an experience of it, whether I was doing research on it on my own or just through life, I would get experience. I'd hear a teaching from Charji, and then it would turn out to be right. Like he was just, great at life and just great at understanding things and reading situations. And, I'm good at that myself here, but, he was better. And the system, itself it helps people learn how to do that, right? And I've gotten better and better over the years. And, the lack of that, like in the system, the lack of embracing the teachings, the lack of, accepting or even knowing the teachings and just allowing Daji to come in and do things that, were said, don't do those things. Like this Sajmark shouldn't go in this direction. Shouldn't and bring in all these other systems, other practices and things, all the wellness things. That's why Daji's, you can't sell transmission because it's not yours to sell, right? But he can sell these other services, healthcare services, products, merch, and whatever. And it would be okay if he was, doing the system the way it needs to be done. But he's gone lax on the meditation. The sittings are not there, the transmission. And he's pushing all these other things, right? And some of those things are scams, like the Brighter Minds. And so, the fact that these people have all gone along with these things and they haven't, questioned it or even, looked into it and accepted it is, I mean, that's the real stutter. But it is, it's what's happened. Like I said, accepting these things and ultimately being grateful for them and playing your part, playing your role, like knowing what your role is and playing it, right? And just, like fighting against things that are going to happen is always a mistake. Trying to resist something that is part of the divine plan, it's just you're swimming upstream, right? And there are a lot of things that are going to be hard to accept, like the, things that are happening in the world. But accepting those things, is pivotal. So yeah, I'm going to end this thing here. And I'll continue on with the coverage of this whatever it is. I don't know. Well, I'm not going to show any clips. I'm not even going to really watch it. I'll just, I already know what it's going to be. Like it's not a mystery. It's just, it's going to be a mess like everything else Daji does, right? A mess and a failure. Okay, so continuing on now with I'm going to cover the Mahotsav. Day one, I don't think there'll be anything more to cover. It's, it's pretty bad. It's really bad. It's horrible. And, I couldn't watch it. I just had to scan through it. I have other things to do. But first, because this is going to tie into this whole idea of what I just talked about. Like, when there's just things in life that lead you to a certain point, right? Where, I knew that it was over for me in terms of any kind of connection with the organization because it just wasn't working for me, right? And so one of my viewers, somebody who just, found these videos, left me a message. Usually I don't read these messages, but with this person's permission, I'm going to read this anonymously. Dear brother, hope you are well. Your videos make me cry, and I feel the truth and depth of your intentions. I have been personally struggling a lot, so much that I almost went into depression. I felt that my spiritual progress was choked and I couldn't take it. I hope you realize that your service is helping many like me come out of such depression states and get strong to reclaim our spiritual life. You are right about the external validation. Old Abhyasis who used to hover around Charji are quiet today because they have been given positions in the organization. They have thousands of people turning up for their sermons on YouTube and Zoom. I've talked about this before. These people who are celebrities, but it's not thousands. Newcomers salivate over the prospects of being made a preceptor and are being told they are full preceptors. And so I'll get into that because that's important. There's some information here that's important. That's why So they begin to dream of a Harry Potter-like situation with magic wand. No one cares about the responsibility that comes with it, the work, and above all, the sanctity of the work. It is horrible hearing what some of the new preceptors are saying. One preceptor made by Kamlesh, who gave me a sitting last year, told me that he invoked Lord Krishna to come down and give the sitting that day. That's problematic. I stopped taking sittings from him soon after. It is sad, heartbreaking, and blasphemous. I pray that you are awakening happenings in the hearts of all. Thank you for your service once again, brother. Be blessed. So the reason I'm covering this is obviously there's a lot of good information here, and that there is a positive effect for people who hear my videos because maybe also me being so blunt about it because like they're just nicer than I am, so people have more generous sort of compassion and they have self-doubt about these things. People will blame themselves. Why can't I fit in with this new master, whatever it is. But, me being good at this and just being able to, this is what I'm saying about being honed into a, instrument of exposing Daji and the cult, now with this Mahotsav, this cultistav, right? And so there's all that. This is why I have the personality characteristics that I do, and how this is I've been created into this oppositional force, right? Which I'm not trying to aggrandize myself. It's just the thing that happens. Like you just know that this was meant to happen. Like all the things that unfolded, I've talked about in the Journey series and some of my whatever it is. I think I talked about it in this video earlier in terms of the Journey 142, but there's also going to be a standalone video, on the exposing the Heartfulness cult Daji scam. I'm including this both in those two videos, one on either channel. But I want to get into this stuff with the full preceptor. So the preceptors that you're first made a provisional preceptor, that's what I was, and your yatra is completed up to point 2, and it is charged with this spiritual energy. And I talked about being made a preceptor and the significance of that experience. Like, I was like, this is a lot, like just being moved one point and the charging of the point. I had one of the biggest experiences of my Sajmarg system of doing the meditation. It's a lot, and it takes a lot to integrate that because you're put up in a different level and you're just made into something. It's like you've downloaded a program like you see in like the Matrix to be a a functional preceptor to transmit and clean, and there's a lot that goes with that, a lot of responsibility. I mean, it was stressful for me. And then there's a lot that you have to live up to in terms of, I was saying you don't want to bring shame on the mission. Like, and I'm not that guy, right? I don't care like about things like that, but this I did. Like, I didn't want to do something that would, bring bad, bring the name of Sajmarg down and Chargy, certainly as well. Like, there's a responsibility that you become. I just completed watching the Woman in the Wall. I think it's called that. And it's about these laundries, and I talked about it maybe in this video already. I'm not sure what I said in the first voiceover, but I've talked about it recently. But it's in Ireland, and the Catholic Church in Ireland just got out of hand with what they were doing. They were so powerful in Ireland. Ireland, Irish Catholic is a thing. My mom was an Irish Catholic. My grandma was an Irish Catholic. I guess for some period of time, I have a quarter of I'm 1/4 Irish. And at one point I was an Irish Catholic, and I have connection with Ireland. I had people I knew that were Abiasis there. There's many of my viewers are from Ireland. There's just a thing. The person who told me about the Brighter Mind scam is an Indian person who was living in Ireland. And so, I have a connection with the country. But what happened was, in this movie, it documented these so-called laundries. So they would take wayward mothers, ones who got impregnated. The parents would kick them out of the house and send them to these convents where they would work for free in these laundries. And then they were giving birth to their babies. They were told their babies were dead. They were falsifying death certificates. Some of the babies did die, and they buried them in the back of the convent or someplace like that, some mass graveyard. And they would sell these babies, right? So it was human trafficking. And so some of the babies went to overseas, I guess, as well. And so this well-made show, which was hard to watch, documented this. And it showed, when you don't question the divine authority of these religions. And this is what Dodgy's beginning here. There's no question about it. With the Brighter Mind scam, you're not allowed to question it. You're not allowed to question anything Dodgy's doing. He doesn't answer anything. He doesn't do anything transparently. It's just he's the master, and everything he does is God's will. It's what the Queen of England, who has the head of her own church, the King of England, the royal family, they're sworn in. They carry an orb and scepter at their inauguration, meaning they're God's representative on earth. And this idea of manifest destiny that led to slavery and the abuse of the Native American peoples in America. Manifest destiny was that we are God's appointed, we're the hierarchy appointed by God, and everything that we do is divine. And so that they could exploit the world, they could pollute the world, they destroy the world, the ecosystems, enslave animals, enslave people, all these things. You could be free to do anything you wanted with them. And this is part of the Jewish tradition, the Old Testament, where there's all these animal sacrifices. Killing animals for God, like the animals. There's no respect for nature, no respect for other people, slavery, the exploitation of people, abuse, human trafficking, because you're some sort of divine authority, and anything that you do is God's will. And so that is the sort of apex of the hypocrisy of religion and spiritual beings who become, demons, right? This is what Dodgy's become, because he's pushing this agenda where he's not questioned. There's no checks and balances. He doesn't have to answer to anybody. He's, answerable only to, some imaginary master he calls Babaji. That's his own creation of Babaji. He's disconnected from Babaji. And you can see it, I recently read the Whispers message. Dodgy went to France to see Madame Alin, and he brought these Brighter Mind kids to peek through their blindfolds. And he wanted a validation message from Babaji. And Babaji gives him a very bland, anything good should be done. Like it's, I've read it before. It's not endorsing Brighter Minds or this scam. But he didn't say, are you out of your fucking mind? Right? Like, what are you doing here? Like, you're destroying our mission. Because Dodgy was already corrupted. Like, Babaji knows that this was going to go this direction. He couldn't say things like that because I mean, Daji was already, going to do what he was going to do. Like no reprimand from Babaji, get your boot together, right? Get your S together, and do what you're supposed to do. Like it wasn't going to change anything, and Daji was going to misuse his position and power, which he's been doing, and creating this false celebrity and this cultistav that he's doing there, or whatever it is. And there's some brutal talks where this woman who's been wrecked by losing her child in this, going back to this TV show, is given by she gets dressed down by priests, nuns, this doctor threatens to lock her up for being crazy and things like this. And just the hierarchy of the system. And it's really hard to watch, but it's like, authentic. And I know there's these people who, this one woman commented, these two Irish women who, I used to be friends with on Facebook, one of whom I met in India, and they got mad at me for saying these things about Daji. But this one person was abused by priests, and it dominated her existence, right? Like she wrote a book about these things, and she left a hostile comment and then kind of apologized. But the more important thing is what Daji's doing to Heartfulness and with Heartfulness cult to Saj Marg is the same. It's the beginnings of what happened to all these people who are abused by the Catholic Church or any religion around the world that's exploited people. And when power runs amok and you're not connected to the source, right? And you're just making things up. And so when you're made a provisional preceptor, you have these, you move from point 1 to point 2. And it's provisional, meaning it's a trial run that at any time he can pull your preceptor certificate if things aren't working out. Because, they hope for the best. And if you don't live up to it, and, there's a bad thing called power grossness if you don't do the work. If you're given a gift and you don't use it, Babaji said it's the worst thing to clean. Power that's not utilized. Power that's been given for a specific spiritual work, whatever your talents are. And when you don't use those talents, right? You're given gifts and you don't use them, and they harden into a grossness that's almost impossible to clean off. Babaji said it was the hardest grossness to clean when people didn't utilize their gifts. And power grossness exists when preceptors don't work, when they don't give sittings, or they don't invest in these things, right? So it's important for people to utilize their gifts, right? And not, it's what, like these things that I do here, I've been given abilities and gifts in terms of the videos I make. And so it's important to utilize those things, right? They're God-giving blessings for you, and it's something you have to offer your brothers and sisters, and you're supposed to, use those things. But then there's this thing called full preceptors, and full preceptors are moved up to the mind region and all of the heart region points. That means, beyond point 2. So you have the earth point and the soul point, and the soul point is point 2. Point 1 is the earth point. And then you have the fire point at point 3 and the water point at point 4. And then you have the air point at point 5. And point 2 is the ether point as well. It's the soul point and the ether point. And so you're moved through all those points and they're charged. They skip by the air point for whatever reason. And then point 6, which is the third eye, is skipped through. They don't charge that in a way that people will use that third eye power for, you're just a preceptor. You're not a spiritual leader. So you don't need access to all the Kundalini and these power centers. And then, the master has these points open and charged, but for everyone else, it's just a safety precaution that you don't run amok, because many times people who had these access to these powers, they fell and become demonic because their egos take over with they get power hungry in these things, right? Which happens, we see this with Daji and these other leaders. Think about money power and political power, but spiritual power is internal. Money power is an external thing, and political power, and it's also the power people perceive that you have, and it's a position power, but that position can be taken away from you, and you can be disgraced externally, but internal power is yours. It's inside of you until it's not. It also can be taken away, but so like it's spiritual power is the worst in terms of turning somebody into a demon. And so you have these preceptors, full preceptors all these points are charged. The spiritual charges and put in all these points up until the mind region. And so Daji's saying, and it's a big deal, the cleaning I went through, I got 8 sittings, 3 from Chargy and 5 from full preceptors. And I went through a rough ride in India for 5 weeks. I got really sick, almost, felt like I was going to die. I couldn't digest water. Like I thought I was going to die of dehydration. And I was just, I didn't go to the hospital there. I was just like being sick and like waiting for something to happen. And eventually I started drinking coconut water. And somehow that helped my digestion. But water was running right through me. Like literally, I would drink it. I could feel it going through my digestive tract. And within minutes, it was coming out without, I wasn't processing it, right? And it wasn't just that. I went through a whole emotional thing. It was a tough time. And that was just to be made a provisional preceptor. And so this stuff about the mind region and people falling and things. And so I don't think Daji's even believes in the system anymore. I just think he's making things up. I don't think he's making these people into real preceptors because some of these new people, when I was getting, either they're imaginary people on the net, in these apps, or they're not able to transmit. But I doubt the quality of these preceptors. And they're certainly not full preceptors, right? There's only a handful of preceptors that Chargy made. And a lot of those people had a lot of issues integrating their being put in the mind region and being made full preceptors. Like they struggled. They fell out of the mind region and, sometimes they had to be, even though, a full preceptor, there's this idea that it could never be revoked. But in some cases, it had to be. Like a provisional preceptor, it's just a trial basis. Full preceptor is supposed to be for life, the commitment and things. And there's supposed to be spiritual consequences if you don't live up to it, right? It's a serious thing. Like you have to think about it, right? And Chargy wasn't randomly just making full preceptors. And some of the full preceptors, like for example, Mr. W, who was instrumental in me being made a preceptor, he was a full preceptor. And the guy's just an ass clown. He was one of the first people to reject Chargy, or he was waiting for the court ruling, so he wasn't even a good Chargy person. Mr. P told me this story about the guy. The guy was just a chucklehead, right? He did all these embarrassing things, and I was told maybe he was autistic or something. I don't know. He had some, psychological issues. But Chargy came to his house, and Chargy had he was uncomfortable. He had a fear of being alone. They developed, and he always felt uncomfortable being alone, which played well for his being a master because he was always around people, right? But he came to America, and this guy and his wife went out to dinner and left him in a house alone in a strange country. And like as an Indian person, the idea of hospitality, this just wouldn't have happened. And the one of the people said, "Were you master then?" He said, "Well, it doesn't matter if I was master or not, whatever." So I wasn't. He didn't say master because he didn't call himself the master, but he said it didn't matter who it was. You don't do that to a person, right? And so this guy was a full preceptor, and he was allowed to give long distance sittings, and only full preceptors were allowed to give long distance sittings. And I got to America, and there was opposition to me being made a preceptor by the 2 preceptors, this couple. I've talked about this in the Journey series, and this couple who were, against my preceptor, Fred. There was animosity, and this one woman told everyone that me and this guy forced Chargy to make me a preceptor, and I found this out because this guy asked me that. I'm like, he asked me if that was what happened, and I'm like, what are you talking about? You're being accused of this as well. Do you think is this what happened, right? So, I was struggling. I was just, coming back to America, and I realized all these people were chuckleheads. They were like morons. You just don't do something like that, right? Immature and petty and stupid. Not that I was great, because I knew what I was, right? But there's things you just don't do. Like, you just think better. There's no wisdom there. No wisdom bridge. And so this guy's giving me sittings. He gives me a sitting. He says it's Thursday at 6:37 in the morning. And so he gives me a long distance sitting. I feel the sitting. And I'm like, oh, good, I've got a sitting. And then the next week, I don't feel anything. And the week after that, I don't feel anything. So I call the guy, and I say, are you still giving me long distance sittings? He goes, yeah, I've been doing it. What's the time and day again? I'm like, well, so you don't know. So you gave once and you forgot. You didn't write it down. And so a lot of these full preceptors ended up being like, subpar. They were put up to the mind region. They have these things, and they could access these higher level powers, not powers, but higher level, spiritual points and chakras, and these knots, the yatra points. But they really didn't do it. And so Daji just making people full preceptors, and then giving people positions. I've talked about this before, so that they won't challenge him. It's not real. Like, they're not really full preceptors. And some guy saying he invoked Krishna. Now, Krishna is loosely a part of the Sajmark system. I mean, he's one of the divine hierarchy beings. But, he's not. It's not a religion. It's not a part of Hinduism. And so Krishna isn't going to come down and give you a sitting, right? Like, and this guy saying he invoked Krishna, like he called Krishna to him to give the sitting. I mean, the aggrandizement of the person, especially for an Indian who, believes, a Hindu who believes that Krishna is the epitome of all these things, right? But the important thing to know is that, in the Sajmark system, the yatra points are something that are real. At least for me, I've experienced it. I can say that. Like, it's something there. Like, it's not a joke. It's not like just something they made up. Where you you go to be a black belt, right? I've talked about that. My brother and I walking by a martial arts studio, and they had all these trophies, and my brother said, yeah, when you open up a martial arts studio, the first thing you do is go to Mr. Trophy, right? You just go get some trophies made, and you say, all these things. You show off your accomplishments. And you go into these places, and there's a belt program. And with each belt, it costs money for the belt and also for the testing that it takes. The lessons for each thing so that you can do the various katas or whatever they're called. I was a purple belt in my younger days. And you do these, whatever it is, these things that you do, they're almost like martial arts routines. And then you learn these things, and then you get tested, and they give you a new belt. And eventually, after so much money's been spent, you become a black belt. But, can you fight, right? Doesn't mean you're not going to get your ass kicked, right? Because, just because you've gone through this program, like they joke about Elvis having a black belt, right? Like, are you really a black belt? Like, is someone can really do martial arts? Or is it just that you went through this program and got these certificates, and maybe you know a little bit of stuff, but, some random thug can just beat you up, right? So, it's not like you're really a martial art, you're really a black belt, right? It's imaginary. But in the Sajmark system, these preceptors and the point system is real. At least I've experienced that. For you guys, it's an unproven whatever. But for me and other people watching this videos, we know it's a real thing. So this is a good segue into the Mahotsav. It starts off with a bunch of talks, and I want to get into the whole point system. That's why I wanted to segue into this thing. The Kultistov, right? And it has these various people come out and are giving talks, some in English, some in whatever. Some in, they go back and forth between these languages. And then they cut to the backstage, and there's an entourage coming in. There might have been some guys from the RSS. They wear these orange caps, but also the Tukji people wear orange caps as well. So I don't know, but these seem to be minor people, right? The big celebrities aren't showing up for the most part. Tony Nader's there, the guy of Transcendental Meditation. But these people that are up there, there's no Diaper Baba. In fact, he doesn't seem to be there at all. I didn't see him give a message or anything, right? And Sadhguru, he congratulated Daji for hosting the thing via, a little video clip. Mamaji, what's her name? So whatever her name is, I think they call her Amaji. So some of these heavy hitters just did little clips, like 2 minutes long. They do that later. But so they come in, they're on the backstage, and the center attraction is the president of India. And, India is the only country, it's classic India, that they have a president and a prime minister. In India, the president is the head of the state and mostly ceremonial. why the prime minister is the head of the legislative central government. So Modi is considered the more powerful position, the prime minister. But they have both a prime minister and president, which is, confusing, right? Because, we think about presidencies being the top position, but also prime minister. So they have an English and almost like the president is like sort of almost like the royal family, although they're elected, right? So there was a president of India who was a real Abhyasi, like you could tell. He had that look of an Abhyasi, right? Because there's a connectivity, there's a glow to it. And this guy really practiced and did the meditation. He was the guy. He was there in India when I was there at the last gathering, 2020. But now they have this woman, right? And so she's there, and she gets the centerpiece. So they do a backstage photo, like a photo op, and she's in the center, and Daji's sitting on her left. And they're very coordinated in the way they put these things together. Then they have the dais, and I didn't recognize anybody but Tony Nader in the dais. And then Daji comes in. He is giving each of these people some sort of like a scarf, a shawl type thing, and he's sort of bowing before each person to show his humility. It's just so ridiculous because, I'll get into the point system in a bit. And the president has the seat of honor. So this is a political position, and Daji says, let's praise the president here. And they talk about the president and all these things. There seems to be a guy who's a minister or something. Maybe he's the minister of whatever culture, whatever, came up with this idea. But Daji had done it before. He wanted to do this last year, the cultist stuff. So a few things. The point thing's important here. So in the Sajmark tradition, the people like Jesus and, all these other saints, they only had up to the second point. Krishna was an avatar, came in somewhere in the mind region. But that was, the point system wasn't understood then. The yatra points. It wasn't even a thing that existed maybe in some, I don't know if it was something that Lalaji discovered, Babaji discovered, or it was, it was known but wasn't talked about. But it was the first revelation about it is in the Sajmark system. And no one had been in the central region before. That was something exclusive to the masters of the Sajmark system. And you can believe that or not, but people in the system believe it. And those of us who have experienced it, it's real. Like the point thing was real. At least the access to point two and the transmitting, the energy that he placed this, he charged the point with power. And it was, I felt it, and I was like, I didn't know what it was, but it was like, I just felt really happy. Like it just felt really good. Like I felt, wow, what's going on? It was the end of the sitting. I had this, I went in to get this sitting from Master Chargy, and I've told this story before, but, I went through all this trauma, and I was, I don't want to call it trauma, but, it was traumatic. It was a tough trip in India. And I got a sitting from Mrs. B, and, I was having these dreams that I had this dream that I was talking to everyone else. But it was supposed to be talking to Master, but it was everyone else's face. So I was talking to other people, but not the Master of the system. And as a preceptor, Mrs. B should have said, go see the Master, right? Like it was this, I was supposed to be being made a preceptor, but I didn't know what to do about it. Like no one's coming and approaching me about it, and I was just going through all this stuff, so I couldn't even really focus on it. I was just trying to hang in there. And she gave me a sitting and said it was really inappropriate for Mr. W to propose that you be made a preceptor, because she was against me, and she was like, she didn't like me personally, and then she had these issues with me, and then she had these issues with Fred. She's a very fear-based person, controlling and gross. Like she told me a story where she went to see Babaji for the first time, and she was like really scared, and she wanted to leave. She's like, "Oh, we have to leave," and to her husband, and she went into Babaji's residence, and she felt like she walked through a net, and something heavy was left outside, like she had some kind of, dark grossness that was left. So he turned around to look to see what had been taken out of her, like she passed through a sieve, and some unpleasant grossness wasn't allowed to come in with her, right? And then she kind of realized this thing was real. But she had, years ago when I first started, there was this gathering for Basant. It was the first kind of real gathering I'd been to. I'd been to the ashram, but that was just a weekend thing in New York. And so I started in August, so it was right after Chargie's birthday, and he had just come to America. And so they had Basant in February, and they rented a cool little cabin, and there was a fire going, and it was kind of neat. It was on top of a hill, but it was in Massachusetts, and there was snow on the road, and it was a hill that people were having trouble getting up. And I said, well, I'll go outside and help people. And Mrs. B was there with her kids, and I was trying to advise her how to get up the hill because she kept on stalling out. She had like a good little car with front wheel drive, but she was, kind of fear based, right? She's a fear based person. And so finally she said, do you want to do it? And I drove, and it was a little scary for them. But I got it up the hill, right? Because it was different. I did it differently than she did. Like there was no, we're not failing kind of thing. And I gunned it up the hill, and we, got up there safely. But I recognized she was a very fear-based person in ways that she really didn't have these experiences and things. And she tells me it's inappropriate what this guy, Mr. W, did. But she should have said, you should go, and I was going through it, right? And I asked her about the preceptor thing. I didn't know that she was sabotaging it. So I went to see Chargie, and he said, he started reprimanding me for not coming to see him, but no one told me I was supposed to go talk to him about it. Like I didn't know, I'm not socially oriented. I don't know. I didn't know anything about any of this stuff, right? I was just like going through a tough cleaning. And so I said I would stay, and next thing I know, there's a phone in my hand. I was talking to Singapore Airlines. They had already dialed the number, and I was on the phone with them, and they changed my ticket, and he made me into preceptor. I came out, and Mrs. B and my brother, when they found out, they were both got up and walked around like someone had just told them the devil was going to be made a preceptor. My brother was jealous, and she was whatever. I was like stunned that they was that upset by it, right? Like, like I'd done nothing that deserved. I mean, my brother I know my whole life, and I'm certainly a better person. At least I have more character. That he was a serial cheater, and he had done seedy things in his life, right? Been in war, and was whatever. He had a sexual addiction, and other things like his was more sibling rivalry or jealousy. But I wasn't jealous of him when he was made a preceptor or made the caretaker of the ashram because, why would I care about that? Like, I didn't care about any of those things, right? I was always grateful for preceptors to get sittings and things. And when someone was made a preceptor, like that was between them and master, right? Like, what do I know about anybody? And even though I'm good at reading people, these things. But especially back then when it was just, everything was positive to me. I had no negative feelings about Sajmark's system. And so I went through it, and I got all these sittings, and I was getting the last sitting from Chargie at his house. And all these bad thoughts came out. The power of the cleaning was, I can't even describe it. And I just felt all this stuff, whatever was there that needed to be cleaned out, was being pulled by this incredibly, and these sittings I was getting was from full preceptors and senior members of the mission. And so I went through 8 intense sittings, 3 with Chargie and the rest with these other people. And so it was deep cleaning. And then when it was done, I had thoughts about my mom. Like I just, and I didn't have a great relationship with my mom, but she was a religious person, and she did pray for me, and she was, she was spiritual. And tears came to my eyes. And she ended up starting when I got back to America. I told her I was made a preceptor. She goes, I want to start. So it was, something happened at the end of the sitting. She met Chargie, and they had this nice moment, where she said, thank you for this gift of being here. Chargie's really soft and loving. And he looked at me, and my brother was standing behind me. My brother said, you want to introduce Mom to Chargie, which was nice of him, But he got a lot of time with Master because he was, the caretaker. And I said, Master, this is my mom, Rita Romano, me and my brother's mom, Rita Romano. And he looked at her, and she said, thank you for this gift of being here. And he said, thank you for the gift of your 2 fine sons, which is, I think, probably the only compliment Chargie ever gave me, which, I don't care about. Like I'm not in this for those things. But it was just a nice moment. But anyways, we're the cleaning's over, and I have these thoughts about my mom, and just these, and I have tears come to my eyes, like I just feel kind of a whatever. And then just this energy came in, and I felt amazing. I didn't know what it was. Don Savern explained to me that, I knew the yatra process, and I knew that preceptors were at point two, but I really didn't understand it in that context. But Don said, he completed your yatra up to point two, and he charged point two. And I said, oh, yeah. And then right after that, I felt this energy. Charji started to chant, and it sounded like 1,000 voices. Like he was chanting something in Sanskrit, I believe, or Hindi, I don't know. It was a language that wasn't English. And it sounded like a chorus of, like you'd hear 1,000 voices in some, I don't know, Buddhist or some sort of, I don't know the framework of it, but it was like intense. And I asked Don about it, and I said, I heard this 1,000 voices. What was up with that? And he said, what do you mean? He said, well, he chanted. He said, well, he was giving you permission to be a preceptor. I said, oh, but this sounded like 1,000 voices. Oh, you should tell Charji. So I told Charji, he came up and patted me on the shoulder. But it was intense, and you had to fast for a day to let everything sort of integrate into your system. And I got back on a plane, I got on a plane and went back to America. So, and, amazing kind of experience. And it took me a while just to integrate the whole thing. I mean, it was, being made a full preceptor would have been it would have been hard. Like, that kind of process. I mean, there's talks about that where Babaji raised some guy 4 points and Lalaji said, you're going to kill him. And the guy had a headache for months. It's not, Don Savern once took a sitting with Charji, and Charji wrote about it as well. And Don Savern talked about it, and Charji, wrote about his diary. And Babaji said, what did you experience? And Charji was like, like sort of like having a hard time coming back to answer it. He answered slowly and said, it's like you took a nail and you pounded it through the top of my skull. And he had these other sittings, some of these intense sittings, right? He was put into eternity in one sit. I mean, he talked about these things in his diaries, in his footsteps books, right? But these experiences are, it's difficult to integrate them, and physically you're changed, and it's, there's a metamorphosis that happens. You're divinized to some extent, right? And this idea that he's just making these people into full preceptors is one thing, but having all these other people up there, like this woman is the centerpiece, and she's just a politician. Charji said that the lowest part of the higher, which is spiritual, is still higher than the highest part of the lower, which is material. So these materialistic people that he keeps on bowing before and praising and bringing in, and this is the president, just a figurehead of India, just whatever, I don't know, whatever this person is. And, there's applause and all these things, but any Abhyasi who's been doing the system is on a higher spiritual level. Just starting to do the meditation you are. And that goes for all these other people up at the dais who are doing whatever they're doing. I mean, this is according to the Sajmark teachings. You can believe it or not. But that's why they didn't bring other people in and other systems and make it into some smorgasbord, because the master was the highest person there. And not that he was somehow above them in some egotistical way, but even in the system itself, when there was group meditation, the preceptor with the highest approach, was furthest along in their yatra, was supposed to give the sittings because they would offer the most benefit for people. Now, sometimes the other preceptors, took turns because they had to learn how to do the work, right? But you understand that the being on a higher level meant that you could do higher level work. So, there was all that. And it wasn't about egos. It wasn't about any of these things. It was just about the work being done on the best possible, the highest possible level, right? And so celebrating these other traditions and these other people, not everybody makes the dais, right? Not everyone makes the dais or whatever it's called. Like, just there's some people who are cut. But then there's the talks. And I noticed this when Daji first took over. So for years, you'd go to a gathering and there were talks. And the talks were really hard to sit through. Like, Abhyasis would just get up, and sometimes people were requested, senior people, to give talks. But then there was sort of an open mic. And, me and this one guy who was more cynical, we would joke, because a lot of times women would cry and they were to be talking about Chargy, and and there would be this moment where like, they like fell in love with him on a spiritual level, and they would start crying, especially the like American women, European Americans, and they would have this sort of I don't know, like a like a well, me and this guy used to joke, and we would say, then that's the moment I knew he loved me, right? And there would be this moment, and sometimes we'd sit next to each other and watch the talks, and and try not to laugh, right? Because sometimes people would have like almost emotional breakdowns, and they were learning how to give talks, and it killed time. And some people some people like those things. I didn't, but I sat through them to some extent, and they're hard to sit through. And we're talking about hours and hours of people getting up on open mic and talking about their history and what they are about Sajmark, right? I gave a couple talks that weren't great, I mean, back before I was even, had any potential of doing what I'm doing here. Not at the big gatherings, but like at an open house and some of these other things. One of them I did well. There was just energy there, but it's hard to listen to people do this. I mean, we're talking about 4 or 5 hours at a time or a clip. And you're sitting in these uncomfortable chairs. I mean, they're, you can get through a meditation on them, but they're not there for long periods of time. I mean, you start to feel pain and your legs will fall asleep, or they're just, they're not comfortable. They're not meant for sitting for 4 or 5 hours. And you have all these people giving talks at this, this cultist stop, and many of them are speaking in, some Indian language that's regional. It's not necessarily Hindu. I don't know what it is. But these people all have their limited abilities in speaking English. And so, and the people in the audience, some of them don't really understand English. So it's like they're just sitting there, and lots of times they're not sure what's going on in terms of what the person's saying. Either they don't understand the person's accent, or they don't understand the language, or, whatever it might be. And there's like all these colorful outfits, and there's headgear, and there's this one guy carrying a staff with an orange like covering on it. It looks like one of those noodles you bring into a pool, like a smaller version of a noodle. And he had interesting face paint, some weird hairdos and beards and stuff, and Diaper Baba wasn't there, but that kind of thing. A lot of eccentric things, but none of these people I recognize. The big heavy hitters don't show up for Dodgy, right? They give a video message, but they're put on the, they're put up there, like they build Sad Guru is coming because he's got a big following, but he gave a 2-minute message. That's his whole, he congratulated Dodgy and the minister on putting this thing together, just to save face, but like, what Dodgy's selling here is the ashram, right? We'll get back to that. Let me finish this thought here first. But as hard as it was to listen to these talks, of course I'm cynical, and, even as childlike as I became, like just this innocence that I had towards Sajmark. Those first 2 or so years of my abhyas until like I ended up getting married, and, just the preceptor thing, and, people just suck so bad. I was like, oh, like, I had a positive feeling about the whole thing. Like nothing I've ever experienced. And I was just so optimistic and so much enthusiasm. And that was slowly eroded over time, just dealing with people in the mission and these things, right? But, even with that, I was still a bit cynical. These talks were, they're kind of silly in the way I look at things. I don't consider myself judgmental, but I'm not poly-positive. And this is just something I've always done. I always sit in the back of the class and would make fun of things, right? Because... that's, how I coped with whatever was going on with this bogus system and this, my doing time here at planet Earth. But these talks, some of these people were in the mind region. Many of them were preceptors in the second point. And that's better than they're, more developed than all these other people on the stage, right? And I saw this when Dodgy first came back to America after he was made master. I think it was 2016. He came to... I saw him in Los Angeles, but he also went to New York and Detroit. And in one of those cities, he brought this woman up, and her name was Gabby. And I remember this because I didn't see the thing till later on. But I thought it was strange because she had her own meditation program. She had written books on meditation, and she was an Oprah Winfrey person. She had been in Oprah Winfrey, and she was a so-called best-selling author. the same way Daji is, but more so, realistically. And she went out and gave a talk, and I remember her saying that I just had this gorgeous heart-centered meditation, which she was doing heartfulness. But she didn't become an Abhyasi because she has her own scams, right? Her own meditation that she does. And who knows how good it is and how it helps people or not. But she goes and gives talks, and she's a presenter. And so she got her moment where she was talking like a knower, and then she had to interview Daji, and you could tell that she was asking, preset questions about him. And like he was higher than she was, right? And so like she was a best-selling Oprah author, but here she was, having to submit to Daji's greatness. And, I didn't know Daji to be the fraud that he is, but it seemed very off. And he had all these other people who were successful people. And they were better speakers than the Abhyasis who would get up on open mic and give these talks. But they were professional speakers, but they didn't know anything about Saj Marg, and they weren't talking about Saj Marg, and they're in point one. They haven't really entered into the spiritual yatra process, right? They're only at point one, and they're not really, so why are they even on stage? There's a thing that he had, another sort of big celebration in New Jersey. He wasn't there, but they rolled out the Brighter Minds Kids, and they got this guy who was an American actor, had been in the show The Office, and he was also in the movie called Three Idiots, which is a Bollywood movie. And he came out and said, "Hello, idiots," and I don't think everyone knew he was in in the movie, but he backed the Brighter Minds scam and talked about how wonderful the kids were. But he's a professional comedian and an actor, and he did something else for Heartfulness. And he is obviously paid. He's a paid spokesman to be out there. And he was professional, so it looked professional. It was always amateur hour at these gatherings. But they were sincere amateurs who were real spiritual people, who were real Abhyasis. And they were superior. They were better to listen to because, they might say something that meant something to you, where these other people are just pushing their agenda and their fluff. And this is what this whole cultistav is. It's just a bunch of people out there who are their own, whatever it is, and they might be real, it might be fake, they might be scammers, they might be legitimate spiritual people, but none of it's as good as Saj Marg. And like that's in terms of what Saj Marg says about itself, right? Not that it says it like that blatantly, but it's the highest system. Babaji didn't say that, but it is, right? It clearly is the highest system in terms of the teachings of the system. And so if you're bringing in these other systems that aren't going to merge with it, what is he doing here? Well, he's selling the ashram. I mean, I think he thinks he's better than he is and his teams are, but what they're doing is selling this excellent ashram. In terms of a building and the structure, it's 1,000 acres, but it was built by Charji. Like, Daji couldn't have built this thing on his own. Charji got all the money and purchased the land, and he had all the architects and all the people in place. And he had a system for building ashrams and people who were enthusiastically volunteering their time because of Charji winning them over. And Daji inherited that, right? And the ashram was already well underway when Daji became the master of the system. They already had some of the structure in place. In 2016, after Charji had passed away, in 2014. And so it was well on its way. Now, Daji completed it, and he doesn't give Charji credit for it because he never does. But Charji learned to do something like that over time. Like he developed a whole system and using volunteers and using all the things in India. There's ways that religions or spiritual organizations can get taxpayer money and get funded and things. So there's all these things that he was able to do to make this possible because he had built so many other ashrams. And, he's, again, like he would have been able to do this without Daji. Daji couldn't have done it without him. Kamlesh. But now he has this, ashram with the excellent grounds and has a forest, which you can say he's been successful with the forest and some of these other things. And it's impressive and nice place to be. But the spiritual condition was never there. The ashram that he donated, these 2 buildings in New Jersey, the spiritual condition wasn't there either, right? But in terms of people coming there, it's impressive. And it's the world's biggest meditation hall, so we're going to have large events. And he's pushing the ashram, right? That's what he's selling. These other people, they don't have an ashram like this. They don't have a meditation hall like this, so that they can sit this many people. And so that's what he's pushing. The availability of the space that's been created there. and the success that they exude. Like he showed off his paintings of Babaji that he had at his house to me, and he goes, "Those cost $20,000, right?" They weren't paintings; they were a photograph of Babaji walking on his ashram, Babaji's lone, mere ashram in Shah Jahanpur that was small and not anything like this thing, right? But it was impressive for what Babaji was doing, and without Charji's help, he couldn't have built it, right? Charji was the key person. Charji was good at all these things. I mean, without somebody's help like Charji, like Babaji, he wasn't capable of such things in terms of his materialistic, egotistical personality. Like he didn't have the skill set. He needed other people to help him with it. And Charji was, good at these things. So after the talks, they started doing singing and concerts and these things. It's laborious and it's nothing like a gathering. And the energy isn't there. And, maybe they're going to do a meditation at some point, but not that I saw it anytime soon in the first day. I mean, there'll probably be some meditations. Diaper Bob is supposed to give the morning yoga, but I don't even know if he's even there. I don't know. It's like what happened with that because he's, been disgraced. And I don't know if the president of India wanted to be on the same stage with Diaper Baba because, he just suffered this Supreme Court embarrassment for fraudulent advertisement on his products and fines and things. So it's just with everything with Daji, it's a mess. He wanted to do this last year at Swami Vivekananda's. It was the year of his 130th anniversary of his talk. I talked about this in the other videos. But he wanted to get Modi to come, and Modi wouldn't come. And so he canceled it. And they now doing it in the opposite time of the year. It was in September when, close to Daji's birthday, it was like September 19th is the anniversary of Swami Vivekananda's talk. But people don't care about Swami Vivekananda. Many of them don't even know who he is. A lot of these people aren't spiritual seekers. And it's just performative. And it's fake, right? It's just, it's posers. It's a bunch of posers getting up on stage pretending to do something that has no bearing on anything in the future. It's not going to change anything. And it's not as good as a gathering. And he's canceling these gatherings of Babaji and Charji and pushing things like this to aggrandize himself artificially through these, famous people and politicians who are in the lower stage of their spiritual evolution. And so, there it is. Like it's a joke. It's like everything that Daji does. He's just a clown. He clowns himself. The term came to me when I was watching the thing. And it's kind of a graphic term. If you don't know what it is, don't look it up. Like it's just, I'm going to say it because it's what what I heard internally, but it's like a circle jerk, which is, it's a derogatory, it's a negative kind of gross term, but that to me, that's what, when I looked at it, that's what I heard, it's just a joke, right? It's one of these, there's this movie where this young guy is coming in and, there's all these terms now. Daji wants to be a disruptor. They were talking about how Brighter's Mind is disrupting the education world. He actually kind of mentioned Brighter Minds without saying the name, but he's saying getting the most out of students, right? So he didn't come out and say Brighter Minds. Maybe he will later. Maybe there might even be a Brighter Minds demonstration. I'm sure there will, if they can get it up there, right? But there was this movie where the guy's talking about the companies synchronizing and synergizing, right? And this idea that they're all working together and all these, conglomerates coming together and these separate entities and these companies working together for the, of course, sharing data and all these things have happened with the modern technology. But none of that stuff's going to bring about world change because the system has to come down. I mean, Babaji laid out a plan. The old system would come down. You can read in My Vision at the end of Reality at Dawn. The old system would have to come down, and the new system would have to be born out of the bones and ashes of the previous system, right? A world with spirituality at its base. And of course, he's doubled and tripled down on these Whispers of the Brighter World predictions, but there's going to be a collapse of the current day system. There might be some remnants of it. There might be, we're not going to go back to the Stone Ages, whatever it looks like, but that's going to come down. People are going to freak out. They're going to seek God. They're going to seek redemption from, the aberrant behaviors that we've engaged in. There's going to be massive population reduction, and the souls that come in will be of a higher nature. souls that are either incarnating here for the first time because of this movement, higher developed souls, and people who have had spiritual past lives and have the ability to rise up to this higher level. The lower levels of animalistic behavior of the billions of human beings that aren't capable of abstract thought and things won't be there. And the people who are running the system into the ground have gone to the dark side. Their souls won't incarnate in, at least in that form. They'll have to be, cleansed, and they'll have to be, purified. And there'll be with the reduction of population, you'll have more and more spiritual people who are wanting to correct the problems of the past and will evolve that way. So bringing together corporations and these people and governments and, saying that we need world peace through inner peace, well, the inner peace isn't going to be there as long as people suck. And we've seen what's happened with the Sajmark organization folding under the corruption of Daji and all these other crappy organizations and self-serving, egotistical, and their materialistic basis of their pseudo-spiritualism. None of that's going to get done. Religion, spiritual, fake spiritual organizations. Some other things have to happen to direct people because people have to change, right? So this is my vision. I think I've read this before, but I'm not sure if I've read the whole thing. And this book was published, I believe, in 1956. The world these days is passing through a critical stage. The political situation is growing extremely intricate day by day. The economic condition has become very depressing. Moral, religious, and social degradation has almost reached its final level. Again, 1956. An atmosphere of rivalry, unrest, and insecurity prevails everywhere. Every nation looks with jealous eyes upon her neighbor and utilizes all her resources into finding means of exploiting it. The statesmen of the world are not quite ignorant of these facts. They are trying every means to reach a satisfactory solution of the various problems confronting the world, but the efforts of all the organizations set up for the purpose do not appear to bring forth encouraging results on the whole. The problem of world peace, so prominent in the minds of the greatest politicians and statesmen, is a mere illusion or a mirage. The state of affairs in India does not hold out any bright prospect. Dissensions and party feelings are prevalent everywhere in the country. Self-interest is predominant. Moral principles are neglected. Problem of bread and butter is acute. But in spite of all these, some of us think that the country is progressing. The signs of progress that take it to the gradual drifting of the country towards a Western-type civilization, which is based on pure materialism. But now the age of materialism must come to an end. The old order must change, yielding place to the new. The present structure of the world civilization based on electricity and atomic energy shall not remain in existence for long. It is destined to fail soon. The whole atmosphere is so much charged with the poisonous effects of the absolute materialism that it is almost beyond human control to clear it. The time has almost matured for a change which is imminent and inevitable, and for which the godly energy in human form is already at work, as referred to the book Efficacy of Raja Yoga. That's his book. And he's talking about transmission, right? The transmission is being utilized to make all these things happen. It may not at present seem convincing to some of us, but it is in fact beyond doubt. The world shall know of him and his work in this respect after some time, when events have sufficiently come to light. He's talking about himself here. Godly work is almost accomplished through the agency of some human being of caliber and not direct. The reason is that God does not possess mind, which is the only instrument to bring about things into action. Because God doesn't have an ego or mind and doesn't think, and so can't, create these things, plans of this nature. God is automatic. Love is automatic, right? But in that, the love, beings are created to do God's work, right? Beings with mind and the ability to manifest these things, right, on a material basis. So it's part of God's work. They're doing God's work, and they've been created for such a purpose. Man possesses mind which can be utilized for the purpose, but only when he has lost feeling of individuality and toto. What remains in him after he has achieved complete negation of self is not the human mind, but only the godly mind in a pure and absolute state. Now nature works through this godly mind, although apparently exists within the frame of a human being. I present before the readers a glimpse of the world that is to be. As I see it in my vision, believe it or not, but that is my reading of nature in the clairvoyant state, signs are evident that the destruction of the undesirable elements in the world has already commenced. Such examples have occurred many a time before, during a period of the state of this world, Rama's war against Ravana, Noah's flood, and the battle of the Mahabharata are some of the many instances. Such is a destruction accomplished through various means. Noah's flood is when there was the end of an ice age, right? So the ice age, there's more available land masses that become submerged when the ice melts, right? Such a destruction is accomplished through various means. It may be, and all these civilizations build, like Atlantis, they build on areas that during the ice age are available, and then the ice caps melt and the water level rises, and then they go underwater. And such a destruction is accomplished through various means. It may be through war or internal feud, through heavenly calamity such as volcanic upheaval, or through similar other causes. The time is now ripe for its final phase, and the world is rushing towards it with headlong speed. The action may come in full swing by the close of the present century, but some of the events enumerated below take longer time to come into effect. And there was a pause, or there was a reprieve given, because nuclear war was supposed to happen in the 80s, and that didn't happen. It was like delayed. And so that's some of the stuff he's talking about here, because he was writing this in the 50s. Chargy had said doomsday was temporarily avoided at one time. I forget where that was. He was in America when he said that. And so he says this here. The heat of the sun has gradually diminishing for some time past, and it has may be a baffling problem for scientists to tackle, as after some time life on the surface of the earth may become quite impossible, owing to the insufficient heat in the sun. No solution of it is within their mental approach, in spite of all the material powers at their command. I may assure them that it will not at present diminish to that extent. The present decrease in the sun's heat is meant only to expedite nature's process of change, and the personality deputed for the work is utilizing it for the purpose. For the purpose. That's Babaji. He's talking about himself in a humble way. It is an unfailing sign of the imminent upheaval in the structure of the world, and after it, the sun will again resume its full glow. The same sign will appear again at the time of the Mahaparala, the complete dissolution, but as it is far off thing. But as it is a far off thing. The Mahaparala is when the universe implodes back into itself. I do not like to dwell on it here. One thing I may disclose is this connection for the interest of the readers. At the time of the Mahaparala, the pole star will deviate a few degrees from its position and grow a bit hotter. A powerful energy in the form of the gas will begin to gush out from it and will ultimately destroy the world and everything else in existence. The action of destruction will start from the North Pole. In the consequence of the present upheaval, drastic changes will come into effect, and the new structure of the world will be quite different from the one we see today. The fate of Great Britain will be sad. A part of it, i.e. its southern portion, will sink into the sea. A volcanic energy, and this was supposed to happen, Chargy said that this was supposed to already happen and hadn't happened. And he said that he had to, find out why it would have been delayed. A volcanic energy in the latent state is at work in the heart of London, and in course of time it will burst forth in the form of a volcanic eruption. The Gulf Stream will change its course, and the country will become extremely cold. The fate of Europe, too, will be similar. Smaller countries will lose their existence. The future of Russia is in darkness. She cannot survive. The very weapon of Russia will serve as its pistol of her own head. Communism shall have its grave in its own homeland. As for America, she is in imminent danger of losing her wealth, and in the course of time she may also almost be reduced to paupery. Her power and greatness will sink along with it. India will gain its pristine glory, and she will rise to prominence under her own government. Her suzerainty will extend far and wide, and the world will look upon her for a beacon of light. But she too will have her share in the world upheaval. The germs of the rebellion are developing in the country. A part of the country, eastern portion of Bengal, will sink into the sea. The volcanic energy is also being active and may seriously affect some parts of it, especially the state of Bihar. The Deccan Plateau may, in the remote future, turn into an island. There will be enormous bloodshed all over the world, and the loss of life through various causes will be so great the world population will be considerably reduced. The new structure of the coming world will stand on bones and ashes. A type of civilization based on spiritualism will spring forth in India, and it will, in due course, become the world civilization. No country or nation will survive without spirituality as its base, and every nation must sooner or later adopt the same course if it wants to maintain her very existence. Okay, so this was written in 1956, and if you believe in Sajmarg, you believe that he's not bullshitting here, right? like this is, a work that he's done. If you believe in Babaji, you believe in the system. And, trying to connect with all these governments and do all these things while, there has to be all this stuff to happen to bring about a world with peace and harmony and spiritual people and eventually a, world of saints. And so this thing that this cultist stuff that Daji's doing is the opposite of that, right? They're trying to save a system that can't be saved. They're trying to pretend that this can be, you can somehow retain your lifestyle. And it's just goofy. It's just silly and ridiculous. But anyways, I want to wrap this one up here. Only spirituality will save this world. It's Paul Romano, definitely pointing to the Apocalypse. And the Ascension, everyone have a blessed day and be grateful.